along the lines of it's not that they can't do it, right? And
Yeah.
Tita says, whose job is it to defeat sin? And then got this response, and I love even the way the voice actor puts it. It's just so good. Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
That's right. Is Sin's toxin really this bad? Because Titus is so just absent. It's so funny.
Anything. Like, how is it possible for someone not to know this? Could Sin's toxin actually be that bad? And then so Luzo's like, it does seem pretty bad. It does seem
because I'm sure they've met other people who've had this happen, and it's nothing like Titus, right? Just like forgetting everything.
So he's like, look, I could explain all this to you, but it's probably better that you try to remember it. So like, just
this
go
is like
out
kindergarten stuff
and live, and just like, you know, pray some more, and hopefully like Yevon will help you restore your memory, because like, it's going to do no good for us to just tell you literally everything.
They'd have to start from the beginning, right? It's like, that's so funny.
Yeah, I really liked that scene.
I think it's revealed during this conversation that they've been excommunicated as well from Yevon.
Yes.
So, and it's partly because, like, well, gosh, how do I explain this? These two have been excommunicated. But because of that, they couldn't go with us like into the temple and stuff.
Yes,
right? It's like they're not allowed to go into the temple and stuff.
Yes.
But they still believe though, right?
Yes.
That's
still,
the interesting part.
They still believe, but they're willing to do things that are against the teachings of Yevon to try to fight sin.
And that seems to be like, that's kind of what the Crusaders do more or less. Like they are
sacrifice
on the side of the church.
Their standing in the religion to protect the people of Spira, kind of a thing.
And we'll get into what that means later on, like what they're doing specifically or how they're doing it. But it's enough to say, it's interesting, the first people that we meet who are talking about saying, hey, go pray, go to Yevon and all this stuff, maybe not the first, but the first in-depth conversation we've had about this are from people who've been excommunicated from the church, right? They're not allowed to do this.
Right.
And that's an interesting way to introduce something where they're still friendly to it. And they're telling us to do it. Oh, but we can't. But everyone else can. But
they've been excommunicated.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Okay, so you go rest. Oh no, wait. You go into the temple first.
Yeah,
and you see people praying.
Well, first off, I have to say, I played the original game years ago, and this time I'm playing like the remaster. It looks really good.
Yeah.
The textures are really, really good. The detail's phenomenal.
Square Enix recently has come under fire for bad ports or lazy remasters of things. Whether it's the PlayStation 1 FF game remasters,
those ones.
which don't bother to upscale the backgrounds, but the characters are really crisp and the backgrounds are
I hate that.
really low resolution.
I hate it when that happens.
Certain things that people pick at and be like, why can't you go through the effort to make a really good remaster of this amazing game?
Yeah.
This cannot be said about Final Fantasy X remaster.
It's really
This is
good.
very well done.
Yeah.
On basically all accounts. It's hard to complain about anything unless you're going to complain about the differences in the faces. Titus's face
they
and
didn't
Yuna's
reanimate everything, and the faces do look.
They
don't
look
look
weird.
quite like the FMVs.
Yeah.
My wife commented on this almost every time. Every time an FMV would show Yuna, my wife would be like, "Oh, she's pretty." Oh my God, jeez. It doesn't look the same.
Well, yeah, because they have completely different models for those. Right?
Yeah, very different. And her cheekbones
way higher
and
polygons
eyes,
and different, way better textures and
better, but also they look different. They really do look like different people, at least subtly, but still.
I've always wondered what they do for that. Do they? Would it not be? Well, would it? Anyone who does 3D modeling, I've only done this much of it ever, so I don't understand completely what the method behind this would be in the context of game development. Would you not take your high polygon unimodel that you use in the FMVs? Or actually, this is another part of this. There's sometimes it's a different company that does the FMV
a different
sequences.
company. In fact, that was the case here. It was. It's like a second party. It's like an internal Square thing, but it's separate. It wasn't part of the dev team.
But I would wonder why you wouldn't have shared assets.
You would think so,
right? But anyways, let's say you had access to.
I think they do it the opposite though. You're saying why don't they design the high poly model first and then base the low poly off of it?
Then
that's not. They do it otherwise. They do it the other way.
Just remove polygons.
That is a better way.
But I know, specifically for hair, you would really have to do this on the PS2 because they couldn't. Yeah, anyways, basically to replace the whole hair.
Yeah.
But maybe that would have been a better way to go about it so that they look more similar. Because I remember just from this era in general, they never look the same.
Not
in
close
the
enough.
Prince of Persia games,
Titus
it's the same way.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yuna is really not
like
very close.
in the Prince of Persia games, I always thought this was weird too. Not only does he look completely different from the FMV sequences to how he looks in the regular gameplay, he looks different in every game.
No, he
so
does.
Like the first,
it's
second,
true.
and third game, he's like his whole face changes.
It's quite different.
It's just like really annoying. Like use the same model, please. Like,
or at least make it look the same. Yeah.
So, anyways, aside from that, models looking a little different from their PS2 counterparts, which I think they looked better on PS2.
Yeah.
This is an excellent remaster. Really excellent. So he's in there, and he's seeing people praying, and they have statues of other high summoners, right?
Yeah.
So this is where he learns about Lord Braska, the last high summoner.
Because that was the most recent statue to be
who had
erected.
defeated Sin 10 years ago.
Yeah, before the previous calm, or the current calm.
Yeah. So, or he set out 10 years ago anyways. I think he actually defeated Sin something like 8 years ago.
Oh, okay.
In the timeline of this, because anyways, we'll learn more about a previous attempt that was made very recently that failed, that Lulu was a part of. But in any case, it was a very short, what they call calm period. The calm periods are the periods in which the High Summoner banishes Sin for a while, and they can live peacefully. This is another thing that is fuzzy as a detail to me that I'm hoping through talking to, look out for this NPC as you're playing. Machen, he's an older man in like kind of green robes, and like a long white beard. He's basically the lore NPC of this game.
Oh, nice.
You talk to him and he explains everything about the world.
Nice.
So I'm going to be looking out for him and for other hints about how this works, because I think that the calm periods are of different lengths.
I had the idea that the calm periods were getting shorter and shorter.
I've heard that too.
I don't know if that's
And
accurate.
I think there is some evidence for that, and there are other people who say no. So this is something I've heard conflicting accounts of between different fans of Final Fantasy X. And I don't think they ever specify, even in the Ultimania, like specifically how long each calm period was. But I do think they are different lengths. I don't think they're all like a decade or less, like this.
Like every time. The idea each time is that it's the last time, something like that, right?
Yeah, like they think this is going to be permanent this time.
I talk about, in my notes here, I do talk about the idea of a spiral, which is what Spira means. It's the idea of a spiral is that it is a cycle that is different each time.
Yes.
And that actually has a beginning and an end.
Yes.
Whereas a circle is the same and has no beginning or end. A spiral varies slightly each time.
Sure.
But it does eventually end, and it does start at a beginning. So anyway, Spira being based on the word spiral as opposed to, the idea of a circle being the cycle, it might actually be, what you're saying kind of lends to the idea that I think was part of the theme of the world, right?
Yeah. Anyways, so this is Lord Braska. He was the last High Summoner. They've got him memorialized as a statue there.
This temple's sweet, by the way.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's freaking cool.
Again, he has to make the excuse that he got too close to Sin's toxin.
This is where he mentioned specifically, he's like, I feel so stupid.
Like,
saying this every time.
I can't believe I have to say this over and over.
Yeah, but they are legitimately like disturbed by his lack of knowledge.
Yeah,
like he's like, who's Braska? What do summoners do? And everyone's just like, oh, and they all do the sign, the holy, and he's just like, and they're like, dude, you're kind of this close to blaspheming and getting like sentenced to death or excommunicated.
And then he very deliberately crosses that line.
I know. I can't believe it. It's so funny.
Because he goes back to Waka's hut, and someone comes to Waka, who is a guardian of Yuna. We're going to learn here in a second.
Yeah.
And it's like, they haven't come out yet. Like, something might be wrong. And he's like, well, we can't interfere. That's against the rules. He was like, but like,
and it's been over a day.
It's been a long time.
Note here. It's been over a day since she entered that temple, and she's still there.
So Waka goes to the temple, and we have a little dream sequence again here with Tidus. It's a memory more, I guess, but where it's like where his mother is being informed that Jecht was lost at sea. And child Tidus is like, who cares whether he comes back
let him die.
And she's like, but he might die. And he says, fine, let him. Do you hate him so? And he's nodding his head. If he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him. Now, this is just
that was interesting.
this is actually true even of Cowboy Bebop, which we're going to be talking about next for our exclusive Patreon podcast. In anime and RPGs like this, I feel like they really overdo kids' voices, like the whininess of it.
Yeah.
Like really overdo it. Like this does not sound like a child. It sounds like an adult, but an adult thinks a child whining sounds like.
An adult who hates kids.
Yeah. Who cares if he comes back or not?
That's pretty funny.
Fine, let him. You know.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Anyways, it's not like a big deal. It's just something I notice a lot in anime. Like anytime a kid is being voiced by an adult, they're like make them really whiny for some reason like that.
But the idea is, Tidus really hates his father.
He really
apparently
hates his dad a lot.
And given that the mother is so worried, you would think, well, maybe Tidus's hate for his father isn't
justified.
Yeah. Yeah. There would have to be some weird situation where the mother is that okay with the kid who hates his father that much.
Yes.
Maybe there's some misremembering going on, or maybe there's something else here.
Does she not know of
or is
something
she unaware?
he's doing?
Yeah, sure.
Like we're going to learn more about it later, obviously.
We will, but there's
the fact that she doesn't appear to think of Jecht at all in the way that Tidus does.
Yeah, not even close.
Suggests something is probably different than the way Tidus perceives it to be.
And this was a decade ago.
Yeah.
So Tidus has grown up a lot since then, and who knows what was going on there.
Whether what he remembers is entirely accurate.
I want to talk just briefly about the temple, just a little bit,
go ahead.
because it's so cool. As soon as we walk in, the camera kind of tilts up, and you see these two big statues, right? Similar to, this was not an accident.
The Blitzball.
At the Blitzball arena, there were two statues holding their spears right in front of the entrance to that temple, right? Now this temple but it's on the interior part. Once you walk in, you see these two big statues. And there's some really cool symbolism going on here. There's a woman statue on the left, right? And then on the right, you have a man statue. And the woman is symbolized with a moon. The man is symbolized with a sun. There's the yin and yang thing going on here. And the woman is as naked as video games allow statue women to be, at least at that time. And that is like a nature, kind of the idea of like a pure nature kind of natural person, and then the male figure is just clothed like for the severest winter that is coming, just like tons, just robes upon robes, and just like all the flowing garments, He's got a beard, and it's like it's sort of a juxtaposition the way they show it because they edit it together, but the contrast there is really cool. So you've got a yin and yang thing going on here. But what's even cooler is that in between the two of them, there is a mandala on the ground, just the most beautiful, massive mandala, just the coolest design, right? And that design means 100 different things. But before I go into that, above the mandala is the entrance to the temple where the summoners go to procure the aeons, right?
Oh, right.
And that is, like, you've got the people, the mandala, and then above the mandala is the ion, or at least where the ion is summoned. And you'll notice when ions are summoned in this game that there's this big mandala that shows up first,
on the ground,
and then
they swoop in.
They will swoop in based on that design or whatever, and being called forth by a summoner. Anyways,
I wonder.
It's pretty
we'd
cool.
have to look closely at this, but I wonder if the design of that temple corresponds with the Valifor sign. So when she summons Valifor specifically, is
Valifor?
that symbol the same? And is it different for Ifrit or the other summons?
Each Aeon, it's a different mandala, but these are the mandalas for summoning Aeons.
And I wonder if
the one at the temple is different than all of these.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the one at the temple is super, super cool. It's way more intricate. It's bigger. It's just got more going on there. The whole game is almost summarized in this mandala. So I'm not going to go into massive specifics about it, but just like look at it and just like look at this mandala, and you basically see the story of the game.
Wow.
It's really cool.
That's crazy.
But I can just talk about just a couple things here. So on the ground, you see there's the octafoil. You have to look up what all these mean if you want to spoil the game for yourself. But there's an octafoil, which has several meanings, but it can mean the O-goad. By the way, the O-goad is like, you have the monad. This is the first ion, right?
Yes.
This is Gnostic. Yes. I think this game's like heavily Gnostic influeed, by the way. So because the word aeon is kind of a Gnostic word.
Yeah.
But the monad is the one, right? Mono, one, monad, and then the doad, and the triad. Anyways, it goes all the way down to the O-goad, which is the first 8 gods, right? But that is a thing. It's a specific thing within Gnosticism, is that the O-goad are considered the first emanations of God, and that's like a generation.
Yeah.
And then it goes from there down about all the other different gods and stuff. But it's 8. The number's 8, and the number of ions in this game is 8. So
that's true. The aeons 8. Yeah.
You have the octafoil, which is all the circles, together in 8 of them. And then you have the 8-leafed white lotus, which represents transformation and meditation or mediation. And the white lotus is an Eastern symbol. This temple is very Eastern. Having been to Japan and gone to like Shinto shrines and stuff, like the statues and everything that's around, and just kind of the atmosphere of the whole place, it's very Eastern. It feels very Hindu, Buddhist type, and even Shinto as well. So at the very beginning, you have a cross that's surrounded by the white lotus, surrounded by the octafoil, surrounded by earth, surrounded by multiple circles with a gap. Anyways, I say I can analyze this one symbol to death, and it would give away the entire game. It's such a fascinating symbol, but I think it'd be fun to take another look at this at the end of the game. Yeah, maybe when we're done with this podcast, to come back, and then maybe I can walk everyone through like what this means, because it's really cool. It's really cool, and it's not unintentional. In fact, I have a quote here from Tetsuya Nomura saying that, and he did the characters, but I think it was a general philosophy for the whole game, that he no longer, which implies he used to do this, he says, I no longer want to design characters based on just arbitrary symbols and things. I want it all to mean something. Yeah, right. I'm like, well, they freaking did that in this game, that is for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm actually excited for that, because I didn't really even look at that at all.
I only did because I'm just like freaking way into it these days. But yeah, it's cool. But so anyways, Titus is hearing about this. Everyone's worried about this summoner, Yuna, and they're just like, she's in there. And he's like, okay, so therefore, let's go get her.
Go get her. And
go check on her.
It's against the rules or whatever.
Yeah, we're not allowed to go see her. He's like, well, screw you
I like
guys.
his line is, like I care.
Like I care.
He just runs in.
And he runs in. And I love this. I love how he's just breaking their religious rules. I think it's great, because when an outsider comes in, one of the things that an outsider, there's like the archetype of the fool, and this is a big deal within like a tarot card deck has the fool. One of the cards is the fool, and there's like half of the cards in the tarot card deck outline basically the fool's journey, and how the fool is just bumbling through life and wanders into the other different archetypes that are set out within the tarot cards, right? But the idea is that he's a fool. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what's going on. But the fool, kind of like the court jester in a court, by being a fool, you are allowed to kind of reveal the ridiculousness of whatever system is going on, right? Like an old saying is that the only person allowed to criticize the king was his jester.
So you're saying this is a fool's journey,
not
a hero's journey.
Actually, the fool's journey and the hero's journey overlap quite a bit, but yes, this is the fool's journey. This game is the fool's journey. Anyways, it doesn't mean fool like he's totally stupid.
Yeah.
But
he
Titus,
kind of is.
Titus kind of is.
He kind of is.
But I love it, because the fool can really show a system that is in need of change. Yeah. And the fool can step into that system unknowingly and kind of just poke fun at it and get people to see it in a different way, you know. But he just runs right through. Yep. I freaking love it. I thought it was so funny.
So you go through your first cloister of trials.
Now, I thought somebody was going to stop us.
Nope.
They're like, don't go, don't. Whatever, he's gone.
And then they just comes
I guess the priests just stay there. It's like
because they can't go in.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh my gosh, you're right. Okay, there you go. You're right.
They can't.
I didn't think of that.
It's against the freaking rules.
So okay, that's fine.
So it's just like, well, fetch. Like, we can't do anything about it. Waka can, because he's a guardian.
He's
so
a guardian.
Goes in.
Yeah, he can go in.
But anyways, he catches up with you after you do your cloister of trials, right?
Yeah.
But
takes him a while.
This is where you meet Yuna for the first time. She finally emerges from whatever she was doing there.
She's like
exhausted,
in a daze, yeah.
And just like almost like falls over and Kimari runs up and like catches
Oh,
her.
that shot was great, by the way.
Yeah.
So as soon as she starts falling and you see Titus,
Yeah.
like gesture as though he's moving
looks
forward,
like he's gonna go
and
catch
then
her.
someone catches her.
Yeah.
You don't, and then it zooms out and it was someone else.
Yes.
That was cool.
It was really well done.
And I don't even like. It's such a simple thing, but that was really cool.
Yeah.
That shows. Like, it really shows the dedication of Kimari, first of all. He's got his eye on her.
Yeah.
And he's making sure that whatever happens, he is able to help her out.
This
right?
happens again really soon on the boat as you're heading to the Kilika port
yeah.
when Sin attacks. Like,
Yes, Kimari.
Titus is holding her hand, but he slips from her.
Yeah.
And Kimari's the one who keeps her
He's
from
the one
falling
that
off.
grabs her. Yeah. And Kimari's just a beast, right?
He's
So
always protected her, she says,
Yes.
from when she was a little girl.
from before.
So he's always been around for her. Yeah.
And that's a perfect character intro for him.
Yeah.
I would have so assumed it was Titus. I was surprised, shocked not only to see that it was Kimari, but that Kimari is. This is our first like monster-ish looking dude,
Yeah.
like not human
The Ronzo
person.
people.
Yeah, and it's like, first off, there's a lot of things going on there. So there's like a contrast that is very startling to see. But like artistically, it couldn't have been done better. I really thought that he caught her because they used
Yeah.
the juxtaposition to
Yes.
to make me think that. Like, I loved it. It was so
I noticed
good.
that too. I thought that was really
Yeah.
well done. Let's see. Oh, we forgot to say this. This comes up again with the Blitzball people. I guess we'll just go over it then.
Okay.
She is successful, but she overestimated or underestimated the difficulty
the thing
of what she
overestimated
was going
herself.
to overestimated
Yeah, yeah.
her own abilities.
Yes,
and
yeah.
so that's why she took so long.
Yeah.
But she came out successful.
And we don't even know what she was doing in there. It
Yeah,
was
she's
just,
it's like the holy of holies of this
Yes,
world.
yep.
Right.
The inner
But
sanctum.
she gains the ability to summon her first Aeon.
Yes.
Valifor.
And then, as soon as she's like feeling better and not so dizzy,
Yeah.
she like brushes her hair out and
Demonstrates
smiles,
it
and she's like,
for the whole
everybody.
village.
Well, but even before that, while she's still there, she's just
Oh.
like, I did it, But she couldn't do it so well right then and there,
Yeah.
right? She was too tired.
Yeah.
But just a little bit later, and she kind of gets her energy
Recovers a
back,
little bit.
and she's just like so excited, you know. And then then it takes us out. I thought we were going to meet her right then and there, but we don't.
Nope.
And then she's outside, and I thought we were going to meet her there, and we still don't.
Not yet.
And well, it's really I just freaking love it. But
Yeah, she demonstrates it. She summons Valifor. And like, this is another thing that for all the rest of the people is normal. Like, yay, so this is what summoners do.
and we're
but
just-
Titus is like, a fetching monster just got summoned. Like, it was really scary.
he has never seen anything like that in
No.
his life. In his life.
Yeah.
In fact, based on the way Xanarkand looks, the way they present it early in the game, it doesn't look like he's ever seen an animal before. Like, there
Yeah,
is no
possibly.
nature. There
Yeah.
is no nature in Xanarkand.
Yeah.
It's like, has he even seen a bird? Like, he hasn't seen hardly anything.
Yeah.
And here he sees the
Well,
biggest monster.
On the ship again a little later,
Yeah.
he sees the chocobos as the engine of the ship. And he's like, what is a
That
chocobo? He doesn't
scene
seem
is
to know what a chocobo is.
He's like mad about it.
Yeah.
He's like upset, and they're just like, chill, we just use chocobo power, it's not a big deal. And he's just like, but what are you doing? What is this?
Yeah,
He's like freaking out.
He doesn't know a lot of things
No.
related to nature and animals and things like that. So
And part of the reason you would use more of like the fool's journey as opposed to the typical hero's journey is to introduce players like us to
Yes.
a brand new world that we
Yes.
don't know.
Yes.
Like if FF10's your first game, you don't know what a chocobo is.
Yes.
So your reaction's the same as his.
Yes.
And I'm glad he's there. He can be stupid for me, so I don't have to feel stupid.
Yes.
But I don't know what that is either,
Yes.
right? And so there's a reason why they
This-
would use a fool's journey to introduce someone to a new world.
this is the major difference between Final Fantasy 13 and this game. Your point of view character is a fish out of water who doesn't know anything, just like us. So he's the avatar for the player. And so when he asks these questions, it's like okay because he doesn't know it.
Yeah.
And so that's how you get out of the as you know dialogue.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is having a person who doesn't know.
There you go. Now you don't have
In
that.
Final Fantasy 13,
Yeah.
they're trying to introduce this really complex world like this, but
Yeah.
everybody in the cast
They already know.
should already know it because they grew up in this world. So
Yeah.
it's like there's no point of view character who can ask those obvious questions to help orient the audience. So it's tough, but like the easiest way is to just have a fish out of water character who doesn't know things.
Yeah.
So that you can ask those obvious questions. But anyway, later that night,
Yes, this is important.
Blitzball
In the
team-
daytime, he was not able to meet her, but at night,
Oh yeah, you were talking about the symbol, the sun and moon, were symbolized on those statues.
Now I don't want to say what their names are. Is it okay? Is that a big deal if I say who those statues are?
I don't even know who they are. So.
Oh, okay. Should I?
I was just going to bring up Tita and Una.
Okay. Yes. Like that is the idea.
The words.
Yes.
Symbolizing it being a broader symbol, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, and also, as we will find out later on, who the statues are of, it is of a similar situation of other people.
Oh, okay.
In a previous.
I think I know what you're talking
previous
about now. I think I know what you're talking
about.
Yeah. Okay. I did not realize that. I just don't look at these things that closely. So.
I didn't either until recently. And honestly, it's only because of this podcast where I'm like, all right, dude, I gotta really analyze this game and see what's going on here, you know?
So the blitzball team is together. And Waka's telling them that the new goal is not to do our best. That's the part I missed about their earlier conversation.
Yeah.
Where he's like, as long as we do our best, like I'll be happy with that. And Titus is like, no, like you play to win the game.
You play to win the game, yeah. This is part of where I'm thinking, like Titus has got his what would you call it? The Xanarkand culture, you know, of like you win. Who cares about anything else? You just win, and that's why you play the game is to win. And he's approaching this group of people who treat it as a religion.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, you gotta win, man. And they're just like, no, I'm just participating in my religious, like, part of the religious tradition of my. And he's like, no, dude, you gotta beat those guys. You gotta beat them so bad. But it turns out we do see some other blitzball players later, and they're pretty set on winning too. So it's mostly just Waka. He's just too easygoing, man. He's too chill about everything.
And so this is where he's introducing them to the fact that their new goal is victory, right?
Victory. And they all say it.
Victory! Victory!
I love how they use the same animation for the
And this is when
players.
Titus kind of slips away to go and meet Una for the first time. And all the people around her, get away from the summoner! Like, don't talk to her,
because they know word must travel quickly, but they know that we freaking ran into their holy place, right? And that's not cool.
Not only is that against the teachings for him to have done that, so it makes him hedonistic or
or a heathen. Both. Yeah.
Yes. Anyways, it puts that status on him, but having done that actually has consequences for her.
Yes.
Which is what they bring up in the next
They bring
temple,
it up later,
where it's like
dude, you gotta stop doing this.
This is why, like, Donna, like, pushes him in there, because she's trying to get Una excommunicated.
Yes, yeah.
And so she is in danger of being excommunicated if someone like him enters while she's in there.
I think the reason it worked out this time is because she didn't know who we were and we didn't know who she was. Like, there was no connection.
Right.
Like,
he didn't realize that was going to happen.
Whereas later on, we kind of were with her posse, you know, and so
Right.
that became more of an issue, I think.
Anyways, this is why these people are upset that he's
Yes,
approaching
they're
them.
very upset.
But he doesn't anyways.
We could ruin it for the summoner.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
So he's talking to her. It's a nice first interaction. But what I really
cool.
liked
She's
about
very
this,
open. She's so like easygoing, and she seems to like us like right away. In fact, she seems to like everybody right away.
Yes.
She's got that personality.
But what I liked here is that this is the first person since he's been here that not only like is not taken aback by the mention of Xanarkand, she like already suspects it and believes him about it.
Yes, that's right.
And it's just like, whoa.
That's right.
And that's how she like leaves the conversation.
And she had heard through the grapevine also that Titus had said he played for the Xanarkand Apes.
Yeah.
Something
and
like
she's
that.
like totally on board with that.
Yeah.
So it like
she's
leaves
like, I believe you.
a cliffhanger for this sort of like developing new relationship. That like, ooh, there's a mystery there. Like there's something about her where she is okay with this idea of Xanarkand, but she's a high summoner. Like a person of this culture who
she's very religious.
should be reacting like someone like Waka, or you're going to upset people if you talk about Xanarkand.
Oh yeah.
But she reveals why the next day when they're on the ship.
Yeah.
But we may not get there today.
No. The conversation's great. It's so short. But basically, like, we don't know what to say. It's just like, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm the Xanarkand dude, whatever. Sorry about earlier. Anyways, that was a cool summon you did. And that's where Una immediately breaks her, like, just her polite character. He's just like, that was really cool. And she was just like, really? You thought so? I did a good job, didn't I? And she becomes, like, you see her this whole time. And I suppose other than that moment where she's like, I did it, you guys, like that, it seems a little childish, but she seems very mature. At least that she's holding herself to the expectation of being mature, but that she has these little moments where she kind of breaks down and shows that she's 17 years old.
Yes,
right? She is a kid,
right? And
she is just, she's still got like a personality there. She's not just
I like
stoic a stoic, mature woman.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, I thought it was great. That was a fun.
So it's a nice
Exchange.
first interaction,
Yeah.
and there's a promise that we'll talk more tomorrow on the ship, on the journey, whatever.
Yeah.
So Titus goes to sleep, and this time it's definitely a dream, not a memory. And
Yes.
it's actually really, really good. I feel like it was really effective at giving the, like a very intuitively convincing feeling of what dreams are like.
Sure, yes.
It's just,
absolutely,
it's just like weird, and like things just happen that don't make sense.
And it makes sense it would be here too.
Yeah.
Like he just met a girl, he kind of thinks she's cool.
Yeah.
But he also met that other girl.
Yeah.
And now what? And his dream is kind of like him trying to figure out how to navigate these
Yeah.
two girls he just met that he likes because he's 17. I love it.
But it also deals with like stuff that you're afraid of, right? Like
Oh,
your
yeah.
brain sort of like practices stressful,
When you're dreaming.
difficult situations to sort of like work out like how are you going to react to these
That
types of things,
seems to be that
right?
way, yeah.
It's almost like a practice.
yeah, yeah.
And so like, anyways, the dream is really interesting because
No, it's fascinating.
he's talking to Yuna, like on the docks of Besaid. And she's talking about, well, you take me to Xanarkand
Yeah.
with you? And then Riku comes running out, oh, you said,
yeah,
you take
yeah.
me. And he's like jogging in place,
It's
which
like
is
a
just like this
nervous
really weird,
reaction.
but it's like presented in this weird way that's so dreamlike, where it's just
yeah.
he's like turned his back to her, and he's like, it's just, it introduces a
Yeah.
strangeness to all of it.
Oh, very much
that
so.
feels very true to dreams. And then like,
Because until Riku showed up, I didn't know whether this was a dream or a memory.
yeah.
Or if there was something that had happened or was a premonition or something.
Yeah.
As soon as she shows up, I'm like, oh, this is a dream. And then Tita starts acting weird too, and I'm just like, okay, this is
It's just
totally
really
an
strange.
abstract
And then
dream.
all of a sudden he hears his father, Jecht's voice, saying, "Hey, stop dreaming. You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball." So he
And
starts
then
making fun of him.
both the girls
They
are
appear
next
behind
to
him.
Yes.
And I loved that.
Yes, I know.
That
It's so
feels
good.
so dreamlike too.
Yes,
It's like,
yes.
oh, everyone's making fun of me.
Yep,
It like puts you in this very bad place, and then that's when he
like-
turns back into a child again.
That's right.
Like he changes from his 17-year-old form to his child form.
Yes.
And he's like crying.
And in the presence of
Right.
his dad, that's how he feels. He
Yes.
feels like he's just a kid, and yeah.
And it's, oh, what's the matter? You gonna cry?
You cry, baby. Yeah.
Cry, cry, cry. That's the only thing you're good for. And he says it quietly, Titus does. He says, I hate you. And he's like, huh, what'd you say? And then the girls are saying, you have to speak loudly. Mm-hmm. So, I hate you, he screams out. And Jack's just like, huh? He's like confused. And then the girls are like, that's the spirit, you can do it. It gets really weird.
Yes,
And then
yeah.
he wakes up saying, I hate you.
Yes. I thought there was going to be a moment where it was like, oh, but there was someone in the room with us, and we're just
Yeah.
like, I hate you, but they ended up not going that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a great dream. That was very good
yeah.
for how dreams are. I remember at first being like, hey, this is weird, but by the end of it, I was like, that's a pretty good representation of how dreams
yes.
tend to go.
Yes.
Right? They just expose your inner fears, and you just like, the reality of the world just breaks in your dream, and it just
Yeah.
becomes this mess,
Yeah.
I thought that was great.
Really, really well done. But I think we'll probably stop there and then start up next week with leaving Besaid and arriving at the Kilika port. And I think I this time I feel certain we can get through the point that we've said to play up to 3 times now, which is the Kilika Temple.
Yes, I have. I got some more notes. I was really hoping to get to this today, but it's. I've got some lengthy discussion topics.
This at the pace we're going right now. This is looking like another Xenogears podcast. 20 episodes.
Well, I think it's front loaded. I think a lot of this stuff is front loaded. The game is just so meaningful, and there's just so much there, and there's so much that's well done that we just can't skip over it.
Yeah. So,
But
anyways,
hopefully after we get through this front part, the ball will roll downhill faster. Right?
yeah. I want to go over now what the Albed say here,
Oh, okay.
to actually reveal their dialogue.
Oh, actually,
if people feel like that's a spoiler, then we will have to put some time codes. So, time codes, spoiler. We're going to talk about what the Albed actually say in English. So, what
do they
they're
say?
saying, the first Albed says, "What is this?" And the second one says, "A fiend in human disguise." I thought that was weird. Can fiends
Fiend dressed like human?
take human form? Now, we're going to talk more about fiends and the nature of fiends and like the afterlife in this game and all of that. later. We're going to get like small pieces of that probably by the end of this, but I am a little confused about the idea that they believe
where would they have come to that
disguise themselves as a human
conclusion? Huh.
But again, we'll discuss that much later. Okay, the next Albed says, yes, it is so. And the other one, we kill it. And then Riku says, wait, what if it is human? And they respond, they are the same in death. Now that's the part that is going to be explored much later.
Yes.
With how afterlife works in this game. Right? Mm-hmm. Then she says, I forbid it, we bring it with us. And then she says, sorry, and solar plex punches him just like Delita in Final Fantasy Tactics, and he passes out. Yeah. He wakes up on their ship. They go in there and activate it. There's some spotlights that turn on. And as you swim out, I actually want to see if you picked up on this. As you swim out, the camera like pulls up as you're kind of resurfacing and reveals a big shape there.
I don't have that. I didn't put it there.
Okay. I didn't notice this either.
Yeah.
On, I don't know how many playthroughs.
I do remember watching it and being like, oh, they're showing something. And I looked at it, but I was like, I just don't know what it is.
Okay. I'm going to put this into what the Albed say here when you resurface, because they basically say it.
Oh, okay.
What the thing is that they found.
Yeah.
So there it is. Time codes for spoilers here. You get back up and the Albed say, we found the airship. And then another one saying the records were right. And another one saying, now how do we drag it up?
Okay. So it had been too long since I had played the game to recognize what that
the airship
was.
Actually looked like.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
it looked like a thing. It kind of looks like a submarine or whatever. So it's like, okay. But okay, that makes sense.
This is actually the airship of this game.
For
the Albed are pulling it out of the water.
That's pretty cool.
And it's like an ancient technology that they excavate.
I like
that the Albed excavate.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you for watching and supporting the show and for your comments. There's going to be a lot of discussion for this game in the comments.
I think so.
I think they did that on purpose. Like they really wanted to leave a lot of things vague about the world building so people can talk about it. So there's going to be a lot of that going on throughout the series.
Yeah.
But anyways, we'll see you guys next week. Play up to the Kilika Temple if you haven't done that already the last 2 times I told you to do that. That's what we'll get to next time. So see you then. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name is Kaysen.
We left off in the last episode with that dream that Titus had where his dad was making fun of him. And then he woke up saying, I hate you. And it's in this moment, it's still kind of the middle of the night. So he wakes up in the middle of the night and he overhears outside the sort of little tent that he's in.
Yeah.
Lulu and Waka having a conversation. She's sort of chastising him about his brother, Chapu, and how he won't move on from his death. Like, enough, you know, like you've held on to this too long. And I think she says something like, he can't be replaced or he won't replace him or something like that. And she's referring to Titus.
Right.
Who Waka then comes and informs us that he looks like him. Now, I don't...
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know if it's meant to imply that he's like looks exactly like him, or if it's more like, oh, you resemble him.
You remind me of him.
Yeah, you remind me of him somehow.
Well, having not played this game in a while and playing this, my thinking was, oh, Chapu is what they call Jekt.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, because it looks like us. Oh, right, because our dad was, oh, I get it now, right? Now, for anybody listening, you don't know how Jekt fits into this yet, but he's not Chapu.
No.
Chapu is not Jekt, but remembering that he fits in somehow and trying to figure out where to place him, and then hearing that Chapu resembled us and was once part of the team years ago, it seemed natural for me to then assume that this was jacked. Right?
Yeah, I suppose. Apparently, I don't think we've ever seen. No, we did. We just saw him in the dream.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really look like his dad.
It's
very
true,
much.
but that's just a thing that people say. Even when people don't resemble each other in art,
mannerisms,
or movies, or games. Yeah, it's usually like, oh, he's like his father, even though some people would say they don't look anything alike.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, apparently, Titus looks like Chapu, his Waka's brother. So she's upset, and this is probably something I'll kind of return to a little bit. I've been having a lot of conversations with our patrons when I do the streams for the game about my feelings about Lulu as a character, and there's been a lot of back and forth with that.
Yes.
The voice actress. Anyways, there's a lot to kind of like. I don't know how much of that I'm going to go over here or not, because my feelings are still kind of in flux with this character as I continue to play through it.
She is a very mysterious character.
Yeah,
we don't really know how to take her for most of the game.
I think she's a great character, like on paper. I just feel like there's a couple places where she could have used like an extra scene or maybe like an extra sort of like on-screen appearance to help transition her feelings about Titus from the beginning to kind of towards the end or something, as it develops a little bit. But I'll go over that more in detail later if I feel it's necessary.
Okay.
The reason she's so mad at Waka about this is because she was, I think she was, Chapu was her fiancé.
Yeah.
And he went to join the Crusaders and ended up dying fighting Sin.
Yeah.
So she wants to move on from this. You know, she doesn't want a reminder of that pain, right? Waka won't let it go. He continues to sort of hold on to his memory and hope about him. And now that Titus has shown up and he looks like Chapu, it's like Waka has really clung to him.
Right.
And she doesn't like that.
Yeah.
She's like, no, like, let it go. But it's not so much about, you know, because internally, she wants to be able to not think about it and move on.
Right.
And with Waka constantly bringing it up and being a guardian, she's going to continually be reminded of Chapu, and she doesn't want that.
Yeah.
So that's where the anger is coming from, right?
Yes.
So she yells at him and kind of, you know, walks off, and Waka comes back into the tent, and he explains all this about how his brother died in the Crusades against Sin. I really liked the end of this conversation because Waka is like internalizing what Lulu has said to him, and he's trying to apologize for that. He says, I know it kind of looks like I'm using you, but I'm not. And Titus is completely understanding of that and actually thanks him for all of his help. I really liked that moment.
That moment was good.
Yeah.
It's even better in the Japanese.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's even better. Because he doesn't say, I'm not. Right?
Oh.
In the Japanese, he says, I know it looks like I'm using you, and then he kind of pauses for a minute, and then he says, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Not, I'm not. He apologizes,
I
right?
like that.
So it's better, in my opinion, because he's being a little more honest about it, where he's like, it looks like I'm using you, and I wish I weren't, but I am.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that I'm using you. And then, well, Titus is just like, dude, I don't belong anywhere. Like, you're helping me out, I don't care.
Yeah.
Right? It's good. I like it better, him saying, I'm sorry and accepting it, instead of saying, but I'm not really using you, though. It's like, no, he fesses up to it. He's like, I'm totally using you. But, you know, can we still be friends? And Titus is like, yes, absolutely. So the Japanese, I think, does a better job there.
Yeah, I like that too. It's a nice moment between them. And one thing I really like about what they're doing here, we're probably not going to get up to Luca today. And Luca is where we're going to learn
Blitzball.
an element about Waka's personality.
Oh, yeah.
Without spoiling anything, that brings a little more conflict into like how the player feels about him, right?
Okay.
But what I really like about that is that before they introduce that aspect of the character, they really attach you to him.
Yes, yeah.
They make him very likable. They make him bond with Titus, who's our kind of avatar POV character.
Yeah.
And it's like you feel like he's like an older brother type figure who's taking you under his wing and like really helping you be introduced into this world and really cares about you.
Yeah.
And so you feel like genuinely endeared to this character right away. And I like that they did that first.
Yeah.
Because it will actually create nuance to the discussion about what this character, this other aspect of his personality, I don't know if you call it a personality trait, belief system, something like that, that makes it harder to just dismiss the guy, right? And so I really, really like that they do that they make him so likable early on.
Yeah, I think it was good.
So I'll bring that up again probably in the next episode when we get to that. But okay, so the next day, Waka gives Titus Chapu's sword. And,
yeah. It was like blue, right?
Yeah, and so this is where I tend to struggle a little bit to get like a reading or a beat on Lulu, because she was so upset. Like the one time in the game that is, as far as we've played so far, as far as I can remember, where the actress actually emotes something like higher than a very monotone sort of voice.
Very controlled, yeah.
Yeah, like she actually raised her voice at Waka the night before. That's enough, Waka, and walked off. So she's upset about him getting attached to Titus like this. But then the next day, Waka gives Titus his brother's sword.
Yeah.
And what she says is,
"That's the sword you gave Chapu."
But it's said so flatly.
Instead of her being upset about it, she's just like informing you.
Yeah, it's almost just like a completely blunt, nondescript, factual statement.
Well, I don't remember much about the Japanese there.
But I would think she would be trying to be like, she'd be irritated
Excuse me,
or
are you
annoyed.
giving him,
That's Chapu's sword.
Yes,
what are you
exactly.
doing? We talked about this last night.
Stop making him into Chapu.
Right.
There's also the possible meaning of this, which in which case she wouldn't have even brought it up.
Yeah.
Is that like Waka has been carrying the sword with him this whole time.
Yeah.
And decides to give it away instead of keeping it with him.
Yes.
That she might actually like that he did that.
Oh, okay.
Right, where it's like, oh good, he's finally, but I can't see her liking that he gave it to Titus.
Yes.
that's what she'd be like, oh come on, man, what are you doing, right?
Yeah.
In the Japanese, and at least in part because Japanese, it's so uncommon to have a very flat, monotone line delivered in Japanese.
Sure, yeah.
Right? They're always not nuanced, what's the word? The tone of voice is always dramatic no matter what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right? It's a melodrama kind of thing, right? And so I wouldn't have picked up on it in that sense. But either way, she didn't seem all that upset about it.
She didn't
talk about
either.
it more.
See, that's interesting. Yeah. Anyway, it's just one of those things, again, I'm considering as I'm evaluating this character. It would make more sense to me that she would be irritated or annoyed by this gesture.
I would think so.
Given how she felt about all this the night before.
Previously.
So that's kind of the way I read it, despite how it's voiced. And, it all makes sense. Like, it's very logical for this character to kind of reject Titus at this point. I don't like that you look like my dead fiance. I don't know you. And we're on a very delicate, important mission here where we have to protect Yuna.
Yeah.
I don't want you here because I don't understand why you're here or what you want, and you're kind of dumb and incompetent, and I don't want you around. Like, for her to feel this way is absolutely like congruous with how she should feel, given her history and given her job, like, what her title is as a guardian, right? So all of that makes complete sense, and she kind of treats him a little bit, she's a little condescending and dismissive of him, and all of that makes sense, right?
Very much so.
But anyway, Waka's response to her saying that's Chapu's sword was, well, he didn't use it, so for whatever reason, I guess Chapu didn't take that sword with him or didn't use it.
Oh, okay. So it was for him, but it was never actually.
Yeah, I guess he never used it.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, he doesn't need it. He never used it, so I'm giving it to you.
Right.
So anyway, then you have
This to me was
Yuna.
actually another similarity where I figured Chappu was jacked because remember Aran gave us the red sword
Oh, yeah,
in
that's
Xenarkand.
That's right.
And he's like, this is your father's sword. And now Waka is giving us a sword that's got the hook and the sharpness.
Oh, yeah,
And-
the same.
But this one's Chappu's sword. But it's like, okay, well. Right. Anyways, you find out more about Jack really soon. That's why I feel like we can talk about it, because it's going to be in this podcast.
Yuna comes out of the temple, and she's carrying a really heavy suitcase filled
Yeah.
with stuff.
And they're all making fun of her for it. It's so funny. And they're because the word she uses is I think she says omiyage, like souvenirs and things like
Yeah,
that. Like
gifts for the other temples.
yes.
Yeah.
But in Japanese the word was omiyage, which is it's the same kind of different connotation. It's a little more touristy.
Oh, okay.
It's a little more
That actually makes more sense. to me.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly the word. I mean souvenir. Whatever is probably the best word I can think of in English for that, but it's got a specific connotation that's like you go somewhere and it's like it's more superficial than a from the heart kind of gift. It's
Or like
more-
a religious gift
yes.
for the temples
Yeah,
or
it
something.
wouldn't have any of that meaning. These are just knickknacks and fun little things and maybe
Interesting.
some clothes or something, you know.
Yeah, and we were talking
Yeah.
about this a little bit before we got started. Again, I don't want to spoil anything. But given what those of you who have played the game know about the pilgrimage, right? And like the ultimate sort of destination, right?
Yeah.
It makes complete sense to me that she kind of wants to bring her. She's not quite ready to like leave her life here on the island behind.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
she's trying to like bring it with her.
She's bringing all her baggage. She's bringing
Right.
everything with her. Yeah.
And she's not ready. She doesn't feel ready yet to let go of it.
Yeah.
And that's when Waka and Lulu kind of call her out and be like, like this isn't a vacation
Yes,
that we're
exactly.
going on here.
Yeah,
like you don't need that stuff. You've got to leave it behind. We can't bring all of that. Right.
Right.
And she's like, oh, okay, you're right. So she just kind of leaves the
She just leaves it there.
suitcase behind and goes on.
It
and
goes. There's another moment too, kind of to go along with what you're talking about, where as they walk up the hill, as they're going to the other side of the island to get, I think the island or peninsula, wherever they're at, to get to the boat, where they come up to the overpass overlooking the temple and the city, and Lulu tells Yuna to take as long as she needs to just, looking back at the temple, looking back at the city, and everybody just kind of leaves, and she's just kind of there, just looking, and it's like, okay, this has some significance, and we're in a new place, we don't know how people are, what their customs are, anything like that, but it feels a little interesting, and Titus can tell that too, but it's like, all right, just go along with it, whatever. And then Yuna turns around and comes along, and she's all cheerful, so
Yep,
I mean,
she's good at.
you don't think much of it.
I mean, she's obviously been trained for this, like
Yeah.
most of her life, but she's good at sort of like refocusing on
Yes,
this thing and
she's
keeping
very good at it.
keeping a good attitude about it. And
Yeah.
again, given what we know about the ultimate destination of the pilgrimage, that's it shows a lot of strength of character.
Oh, I think so.
She's great. So you kind of go up the hill here, and they're praying at like a statue monument thing kind of outside of the village. I really, really liked this moment. I really liked it because there's like a custom here where you're supposed to pray at the statue for a safe trip when you leave the island. And he says, Waka explains that Chappu, when he left on his crusade, he didn't pray at the statue because he felt like, oh, I'm gonna miss the boat. I'm gonna miss the ship. I'm late. And because he didn't pray, ultimately, like what happened to him was in his interpretation. Waka's interpretation was because he didn't stop to pray at the statue.
Right.
And so he's like, everyone needs to stop for a second, make sure you do the.
And correct me if
prayer.
I'm wrong, but we have like an option, right? Where it's like pray, don't pray.
Yeah,
right?
you do get an option.
And
there.
typically, I think in many places, at least throughout the beginning of this game, you'll approach a situation or a religious icon like this.
Yeah.
a statue or something, and
Get a
you'll get
choice.
the option to pray or not.
Yeah.
Right.
And either to like just fit in, or to be like, this isn't my religion. I don't buy it.
It's interesting that they give you that option,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Right. But that fits in with Titus' character, where he's kind of conflicted, where he's like, it's not even that he doesn't believe; he doesn't know what there is to believe. Like he doesn't know anything about this.
Right.
And so it's just strange to participate in a religious ceremony, not even knowing what the point of it is, right?
Yeah.
At all, even in any way. And so it's interesting they give you the choice, but generally speaking, it's like, well, you would kind of go along with it, right? Because you're helping out with this group.
Right. There is another thing that I think a lot of people don't know, and I just wanted to check this real quick to see if this has an effect on that. Because anytime that there are choices, particularly in RPGs like this, like there's some kind of hidden
There will be a
mechanic
consequence
behind it
somehow.
that's like counting
Oh,
which
I
choices
see.
you like. In FF7
Yeah.
there was a whole affection system that affected which girl you dated at the Gold
Yes,
Saucer,
depending on what you did.
or
yeah.
whether it was Barrett.
Yeah.
Right. So there is actually a hidden affection mechanic in this game. It's not for anything like super crazy. There's just a couple of scenes, or maybe even just one scene later in the game. It's not really a spoiler to say this. You're on some snowmobiles, so I'm just saying this
Okay.
to watch out for it later. You're kind of riding some snowmobiles, and the person who is on the back of Titus's snowmobile with him changes depending on your choices and things that
Oh,
you've done in
interesting.
this hidden affection mechanic.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
So it could be Riku or Lulu, or I think Waka, or even Kimari. Can be like the affection obviously works for Yuna, but it's not like FF7 where like you'll go get with Riku instead of Yuna. Like the story is obviously about like
Yes.
Yuna and Titus's
Yeah.
romance. But the people who can be affected by these values are Yuna, Lulu, Riku, Auron, Kimari, and Waka. So basically the whole party. Okay. So these are the different points. Okay, so this doesn't affect it. I thought maybe that this choice of
the
whether
praying.
to pray or not would affect Waka's affection. It does not. But there are other places we've seen so far, like in Besaid Village at nighttime, when Waka came up to Titus and asked, she's cute, yeah? And you get a choice of replying like, yeah, or like, I think, something like no or whatever.
Yeah.
If you say yeah, it'll actually increase Yuna's affection value by 8 points.
Oh, really?
So that affects that. Also, like healing in battle. So, like whenever Titus heals a party member, their affection value goes up. So that's one way to kind of manipulate
Oh,
it.
nice.
If Titus intercepts an enemy attack intended for a party member with guard or with the Sentinel ability, then that increases their affection value. And then if he attacks a party member, it'll decrease it.
Oh, nice.
So I didn't know that this existed in the game
me either.
before.
I had no idea.
And so I was basically, so there's what's called the loner overdrive mode, which is like if you're by yourself in the party, each turn your overdrive builds up faster.
Oh.
So what I would do is, in preparation for boss battles or something like that, I wanted to
smart,
like
smart.
get the overdrive up, so I'd
Yeah.
kill my own party members to be alone. So that I could build the overdrive up, and I didn't realize I'm like decreasing the
No, you're making them hate you.
I'm decreasing the value. But I guess I mostly had Lulu attacking people with fire because it hits more often. So maybe I didn't do too much damage to that.
You just
But,
made him hate Lulu.
Anyways, it's something to watch out for if
That's
you are
interesting.
doing this.
Huh.
Don't have Titus attack people.
Yeah, don't
have
make him
someone
do it.
else do it.
Okay.
Have someone else attack him.
That's funny.
Or if you want him to get the loner overdrive, have Lulu kill herself or something like that, right? Anyways, there's
That's
like
great.
a certain number of choices in the game that affects this, and so just something to keep an eye on. Anyways, I was thinking maybe this prayer
Yeah,
choice
they could have
affected
some.
Waka's, but it doesn't. It's not one of those.
Okay.
Anyways, it's a really nice moment though.
Yeah, that's cool.
You continue up the path, and this is where you run into Kimari, and Titus and Kimari have a little fight.
He tries to kill you.
Yeah, he's kind of testing you, I guess. You know.
Yeah.
Are you really like strong enough to come with us, kind of thing? Although he doesn't talk. He doesn't say anything.
No.
And then Waka kind of calls him off, like that's enough. Like stop. And they explain a little bit about him. He's a Ronso, which is one of the races in this world, right? And that he's been with Yuna, since she was really little. So he's been kind of watching over her, protecting her since she was very small. So he's like been with her the longest of all of the Guardians in the party. So nice little introduction to him.
One thing to note about him is that he has a horn on his head that appears to have been sawed off, right? It's like it goes up like a horn and then it's just flat.
Yeah.
So that'll come into importance later on with his character. But he's very dedicated. He's a very loyal person.
I just made a note about how amazing the Besaid Island music is.
Oh, yeah.
I freaking love it.
This
is one of the Hamauzu tracks that he wrote.
Nice. It's
very serene, very beautiful, very peaceful.
Well, I tell you what, after hearing what you said about the music and the camera work in episode 1, or maybe just one of the previous episodes, I was able to appreciate that a lot better.
Yeah.
The way it all kind of works together and the way the camera moves around on its own within the scene. It's really cool, and it's very planned. It's very deliberate.
Yeah.
And it really accentuates the art of the game. Mm-hmm. So I like it a lot.
Yeah. You had a note about Yuna's clothes.
I do. I'm thinking, because the best place to see it is on the ship, so I'm thinking I'm going to hold off until the ship.
Until we get there.
For that one. But I do have a note on her summon, Valafar.
Yeah, Valafar.
Yeah. So that word, it comes from the geisha key. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Yes. So
no way.
I got this here. So someone's called Valafar. It's like Valafar, who is a demon of hell, and he represents thievery. Valafar is what tempts others to steal. He is introduced in Ars Geisha in the Lesser Key of Solomon. If you want to know more about that, check out our Xenogears podcast.
Yep, we talked about
it's
that.
Somewhere, I don't know which episode, but it's somewhere in there. We talk about the Lesser Key of Solomon and the Ars Geisha.
Yeah.
Or Gosha, I don't know how you pronounce it. But yeah, the Ars Gosha has like a list of like tons of different types of demons, right? Mm-hmm. And as I look up this name, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's where it's from.
Yeah.
So, and that's, I don't think there's much note of Valafar previous to the Ars Geisha.
Yeah, and it's also not a common summon name for the Final Fantasy series.
That's true, it's different, huh?
Like-
Because you got Ifrit and Shiva.
Bahamut.
Yeah, Bahamut.
Tiamat. Well, yeah. Leviathan.
Yeah, Leviathan. Valafar is different, yeah.
Valafar this was the first time that name appears in the series, as far as I understand it. I'm pretty sure I'm right, but
what's really cool about the Lesser Key of Solomon, there's like 72, I think, characters, like symbols that were drawn up that are just like, what would you call it, esoteric or occult, just kind of symbols that have different meanings of things. And I tried to make a connection between that and the alphabet, the Yevon alphabet in Final Fantasy X, and I didn't come away with much. They're pretty different.
Yeah.
But just the idea of using all, the way that the symbols look, you guys would have to see. They sort of resemble maybe some of the mandala symbols that occur when you summon different beasts, the more simple mandalas that are just right under the summoner's feet. But they're pretty cool. They're cool symbols.
Another thing we missed in the Xanarkand episode was that the Sin Spawn, the big tentacle one you fight on like the walkway.
Yeah.
It has the mark of the beast on it.
Oh, really?
666.
I don't think I noticed that.
I didn't either.
No way.
So obviously it's not like terribly subtle when you when you see it, but it is something that is on the beast. So it's funny to me that you brought this up, because it feels like Squaresoft in general at this time was really into like Gnostic stuff,
Yes.
occult stuff.
Lots of occult stuff. The Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical
Jewish
traditions.
mystical. It was like
Yeah.
all of that. They were like just kind of putting it in everything.
Yes. And what's funny is that a lot of that more religious type material has kind of, they don't do it in games as much. Like
Yeah.
even Zelda was doing a lot of more religious type stuff back
Yeah.
in. And it's like they won't
Didn't
touch that stuff now. They won't
had
even
to
touch it.
They had to censor one of the versions after the original release of Ocarina of
gosh.
Time because it had an
Was there a
Islamic
cross?
it had an Islamic symbol.
Yes.
The moon, the half moon.
Yes, the half moon.
And they changed it to something
Also,
else.
in Ocarina of Time, there's kind of a Middle Eastern chant in the Fire Temple, I believe.
Yeah, they changed that too.
They took that out.
Because that was an Islamic thing as well.
Yeah.
They were offended.
And Link used to have a cross on his shield.
Yep.
In Link to the Past
Back
and
in
the
the day.
first game, yeah. It's all gone now. You will not find any of that stuff anymore.
Yep.
And, you know, some people may prefer that, and that's fine. I really liked it when they would interpret real world like ideas and, you know, create a metaphor for them within a game, you know.
Yeah.
I appreciated that. The way they do it now is fine too, I suppose. It just doesn't have as much meaning. It's not as, at least it's not as easy to understand what the meaning is
Yeah.
through knowing, you know, the basis for their material.
Right. Okay, so from there, you kind of just head out of Kilika. You go to the beach again, and you get onto the boat.
Get on the boat.
set
For
sail.
rule number 1, stay on the boat.
What's the most important thing to know for going on a boat?
The most important thing is safety.
Nope.
That we have
Most
no
important thing
problems.
is stay in the boat.
Steve Brule.
Some people had a hard time following that rule, by the way,
Oh my gosh, that's true.
as the boat ride goes.
It's hilarious. So a lot of stuff happens on this boat right here.
Yeah, it's really cool too. Like I really like it. You really get to know a lot of the characters a lot better here.
Yeah. One thing that I kind of wanted to bring up, this was actually one of the topics that we had in our big list of topics for the old version of the podcast when we would do storytelling topics and sort of explore them.
Techniques and things.
Before we started this format.
Yeah.
There was one topic on there that I've always wanted to talk about, but just never really felt like I could do it in the way I really wanted to, or that I had examples to sort of show my thoughts on this.
Okay.
But it's about like the difference between like fan servicey, sort of like exploitative sexuality versus like justified examples where it like makes sense for the story or the characters or something like that.
Yeah.
This game has great examples of both in it.
You're talking about the binocular scene? Is
Yes,
that-
yes. So like the first scene on the ship is Titus running around, you know, super energetic.
Yeah.
Like steals the dude's binoculars out of his hands, like as he's
Yep.
like looking around.
It took him a long time to do it too. He's
Yeah.
like hanging on the dude's head, and then he slowly looks in. It's like a whole minute long where it's like, just take the binoculars, dude. And then he grabs them, and then he drops them, and yeah, it's funny.
So he's kind of looking through like out to sea, but then he turns back onto the ship and he sees Lulu there, and just like inadvertently, her breasts kind of come
Yes.
into his view, and he like holds on that for a second, right? And then he
As a 17-year-old
yes,
boy, yeah,
makes total sense.
yeah.
Like this is
I wouldn't criticize that. That's not
No.
something he would do.
yeah.
Whether you portray that in your game or not is, you know,
This is
something
the
else,
this is
but-
the kind of thing that to me is actually. Actually humorous.
It was very funny.
Yeah.
But remember, I played this with my wife.
Yeah, I'm sure she would be bothered by it.
Well, she already didn't like Lulu's just presence in general.
Yeah.
And at the Kilika Temple, there's somebody else who won up Lulu. But
oh yeah, Donna.
yes.
That outfit is so ridiculous.
It was just unbelievable. Even for me, it's like, oh, okay, what are you doing? What is this game? Was that Nomura's idea? Come on.
I don't know.
He was the character designer, right?
I mean,
Anyways.
you did make a good point earlier on that in
It's a
island
tropical
cultures,
climate.
they
Yes.
don't wear a lot of clothing.
And I would hold to that I think that holds
Most-
true for everyone but probably her.
Donna
Where it's like
and Unalesca
a little
later.
different. Oh, Unalesca, yeah.
Anyways,
When you're playing the game with your spouse, you will notice things will stand out more than they did the first time you played it. And this was one of them where I was like, all right, Titus, that's enough. Come on, look up. Her head is up, you know? It feels, when you're playing it alone, it might feel like just half a second. And that's probably true.
Yeah.
When you're playing it with your wife, it feels like about 5 minutes.
Yeah. That's funny. That's really funny, actually.
Yeah.
No, but I watched that scene and it actually, I chuckled a little bit. I thought it was funny, and it is.
It is funny.
It tells us something about the character. It's not just there for the sake of, ogling Lulu or something. I like that it's his point of view, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's not like your typical anime bath scene that's like there for no reason.
And the physics and the movement in this, whereas they really, really try to make that look, a certain way. And it's funny because then she looks at us, and my thinking was, oh, she's gonna be mad. She totally knows what we were doing.
Right.
But then we immediately look away to somewhere else, and then he finds Yuna, and then
what's interesting about that too is he's actually more embarrassed when Yuna catches him looking at her than Lulu, which indicates, how he feels about Yuna at this point.
Yes.
But I kind of liked that too, and that's when he decides to just like toss the.
Oh, he just drops him,
tosses the.
And then the guy catches him, the binoculars.
I think he throws him overboard.
Oh, I thought he just dropped it.
Because
you see
you're
it
still
go.
in the point of view of the goggles.
Yes,
it
and
goes
they
up
start flipping.
and they start falling.
But if you look, because then it cuts to her point of view and it shows him, you see the guy
did he
reaching
catch
down.
it?
I don't know if he caught it though. He could be reaching down and he missed it and it went overboard. I think you're right though. I think he dropped him overboard.
Okay, so then you can go and talk to Yuna here. And this is where
I love it because everyone's surrounding her at first.
Yeah,
and
a lot of
we're
people.
talking to Lulu, I think, at least briefly. And
Yeah,
Waka.
you can talk to Waka and Lulu
everyone's surrounding Yuna, and it's like we're not going to get a chance. Once again, we don't have a chance to talk to her. Everyone wants to talk to her, and we just kind of got to wait, I guess, right?
Yeah.
But they all leave, and we do get a chance to once again go up and talk to her for the second time.
Yeah. And I really like this because where they left off in their first conversation was that she had said, basically, like, I believe you about Xanarkand.
Right,
And
yeah.
she's like the only person so far who believes that, right? So that kind of left a little bit of a hook there with her, right? Like a little bit of a cliffhanger to that
Right.
conversation.
Yeah, so
so-
when they talk again, you're like, okay, that's where we left off.
Yeah, so they basically she tells him about Jecht and the fact that he came from Xanarkand, so that's why she believes him.
Yeah, and Tidus is like, oh yeah, Jecht, that's the name of my father, but it can't
Can't be
the
guy.
same person, right? Because
Yeah.
my dad died.
Yeah.
Well, how long ago did he die? Oh, about 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago is when I met Jecht.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Is when he came here, and Tidus is like, yeah, right. How would Jecht have gotten here? And I love Yuna's response. Is like, you're here.
Yeah, how did you get here? Right, exactly, yeah.
It's so perfect. But she takes a little bit, and because Tidus is full of denial, Yuna seemed to like Jecht.
Yeah.
Which was surprising for me.
Yeah.
Playing the game, it's like Jecht somehow was able to show a different side of himself to other people than he showed with Tidus. And Tidus is like, wow, you met Jecht, I can't believe it, he's so bad. And Yuna was like, oh, I liked him.
Yeah.
That's not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah.
It was very surprising. And you could tell Tidus doesn't know what to do with it either.
Yeah.
And he's always like, oh, it's got to be a different Jecht. And that's his only way around the fact that someone else possibly could have liked his dad,
Yeah.
is to just write it off and say, it had just, I get everything else coincidentally lines up perfectly. But I'm not willing to accept it because you liked him. Therefore, it had to be a different Jecht. It
Yeah.
can't have been the same Jecht.
Yeah.
And even though it all makes perfect sense that it should
Yeah.
be.
He definitely almost just doesn't want to believe that that's what happened. He more wants to believe what he believed before. My old man died 10 years ago. He doesn't want to
Yes.
accept that maybe he got away
Yeah.
alive and is still around. But yeah, it also makes perfect sense because this is actually pretty common with children who are abused, right? It's like their parent can put on a totally different face in public.
And it's annoying for the kids.
Yeah, because it's like nobody believes them. Because
Yep.
like, oh, this
Yep.
person is great, and they're a great part of our community, and they
Yeah.
do this service work, and they're
I know several
super
people
great.
that would identify perfectly with that.
Yeah.
And say that, yeah, that's how it was.
But
with their,
like- Behind closed doors, they're like a different person, and they hide that very
Yeah,
well. And
yeah.
so like I could see Titus being very like annoyed by this because it's like, no, you don't get it. Like you,
right. He's bad. He was a bad person.
yeah. And I mean, even his mother had a different view
Right.
of Jecht
Yeah, yeah.
than Titus. It seems like
Yep.
Titus is the only person
He was
who
unique.
views Jecht the way that he does.
That's true. Yeah, he's the only one.
And yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So that a lot of that sort of nuances hanging in this conversation, I think is really well done
Yeah.
because she has tons of respect for Jecht. She reveres him. I mean, everybody does. Waka, like all the other people, he's one of the best guardians. You know,
I know.
he and
Yeah. He
Aaron,
was so good.
yeah, like, they all loved him. They all remember him fondly, and like Titus has a hard time with that.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. You can tell that there's some seeds being planted by the narrator of the game, by the director. The seeds being planted of a new journey that Tidus is going to have to undertake.
Yeah.
That is going to lead to him understanding his father better.
Yeah.
And you get the foreshadowing of that here, just based on the fact that, we think Jecht was bad because we're seeing through Tidus's eyes, but as we meet everybody else, we're hearing a little bit of a different story, and it's clear that he's going to have to grapple with this at some point.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
And I also like that he bonds with her a little bit because both
Yeah,
of
yeah.
their fathers were famous.
Yes, yeah. But she has a different take on it though, because
Yeah.
he's like, oh, you know what I'm talking about. Your dad was famous, and she's like, yeah, but I really like my dad.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right. Like no one can relate to him.
Yeah.
And how typical of a 17-year-old to feel that way.
Yeah,
and
right.
and it's accurate, but especially with him, it's like so clear that this is something that he is refusing to deal with, that he's just going to have to come to terms with. And it's really well done. It's really well presented by the artists, I think.
Yeah.
I remember that as soon as they first came up, I can't remember what it was. There was a very awkward interaction. And they both end up just kind of laughing about it. And what was it about the weather, or like something about, it's a nice day, and they're both just like, yeah.
Oh yeah, they're kind of chuckling a little bit.
They don't have anything to say to each other. And then they both just laugh, and somehow that just kind of breaks the ice, right? Is the laughing. And that's actually kind of important for Yuna's character, because that's how she feels comfortable in life, is laughing. Yeah. And we'll come to a very famous laughing scene later on.
Keep in mind how they laugh in this scene.
Exactly.
For that scene. as you look at this
not only as a
again.
comparison, but also so that scene makes sense.
Yes,
right. This is something for Yuna. It makes her feel very comfortable to laugh, and this may even be a reason why she liked Jecht a lot.
Yeah.
Right. He was a jerk, but he was funny. And so, things like that. Yeah. So, I think that's really cool. I think that's a really good character moment.
Yeah, it's a good scene.
This is a very good scene too, because this is where you get a very good look at Yuna and what she's wearing and everything about her. So you see very clearly, if it wasn't obvious before, because we only really saw her at night or in the temple or from a distance. This is the first time in broad daylight that we're close to her, and we can actually talk to her and view her up close. So she has different colored eyes.
Yes, one green, one blue.
One green, one blue. So there's a lot of symbolism here. We talked about a little bit of this in our Cowboy Bebop analysis over on Patreon. If you missed it, you can subscribe there. But an eye difference means a couple different things. It means presence in two different worlds. It means seeing two different things, right?
Because Spike
Spiegel has an eye difference, or an eye. I say eye difference. That usually means the size, but it's eye color difference.
Yeah.
And there's really cool symbolism there. There's something about two worlds meeting together in the embodiment of two worlds meeting together that results in somebody who has phenotypes that don't seem compatible, right? Like one blue eye and one green eye. It's like you'd think both eyes would be the same color. Anyways, that would be done in order to show symbolically that she is standing in between two different worlds, and that she comes from a heritage of different ideas, I guess, or different competing interests or worldviews or people or whatever. Whatever it is, whenever you see something like that, you can tell somebody has, they're the embodiment of a dual nature, right? And you see that with her. We'll talk about a little bit more what exactly the duality is that she embodies later on, but she has an eye difference, and that in and of itself right away is a good sign that there may be it's a good sign of some future conflict.
Nice. Another
thing is her dress, right?
Yeah.
Her dress has the hibiscus flower down there on like the belt, the sash area. And if you'll remember, Yuna means hibiscus in the Okinawan Japanese.
The symbol of the night.
Yeah. Okay, so Tetsuya Nomura talks about how Yuna means night in Okinawan, but people dispute that, and it's possible Nomura was just wrong about that. That Nomura doesn't mean necessarily moon or night. It just means hibiscus flower, which represents the night, which is fine because it blooms at nighttime. But he, in an interview, says that Yuna means night, which means as the artist, he felt like certain things that he was trying to portray are representative of the night, right? Which means as for the art, you can say that is correct.
Sure.
Even though it may not technically be correct in Okinawa, right? So from the artist's perspective, that's how things were designed, right? In a roundabout way, the hibiscus blooms at night. It doesn't mean night necessarily, right? Okay. The hibiscus is a short-lived flower from a tree. It only lasts for about a day or two after it blooms, and then it withers and it dies. There's also a Filipino myth about the hibiscus flower that I won't share here because it'll spoil part of the game, but for those of you who have already played the game and would like to look into it, look up Gumeng, G-U-M-E-N-G, Gumeng, Mula, Hibiscus, and Philippines. And you'll find it if you just Google those words. But it's the Gumeng Mula myth from a long time ago within the Philippines. So one really cool thing about Tiras meaning day and meaning sun and Yuna meaning night, right, is this symbol right here, which is really cool because, like, what's going on here, first of all?
You mean the
The
symbol
picture.
of the two of them?
The picture. I say
being,
symbol.
Being reversed.
It is a symbol.
Yeah.
But it's a picture, yes. They're reversed in a way that is the yin and yang symbol.
Yeah. Right.
If you draw a line around, Anyways, this is the yin and yang, right? And that's why they did it this way.
Yeah.
And Titus, representing the sun, is the yang, and then the yin is would be Yuna. And so you have that yin and yang kind of thing here, along with the day and night, along with the sun and moon, and all of that stuff. Now,
the masculine and the feminine.
yes, the masculine and feminine.
Black and white, yeah.
Yep, all that stuff. It's all, it's all there. And I feel like that's why there were some earlier depictions of Titus with dark hair before the game came out.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And then he has light hair when the
Yeah.
game finally came out. Well, that could be part of why. Because the yang, the masculine, is the white color.
Yeah.
And then the yin
Is the black.
Is black.
Yeah.
So I also want to talk about, this is crazy, this is one of the coolest symbols. I love this. So Yuna's necklace, you get a really good look at her necklace. It's kind of, it's basically Titus's symbol, just in a feminine form of it, right? So you have the masculine, the hard edges, the angles, the lightning, the hook at the bottom. It's very masculine imagery, right? But it comes out kind of on the sides, right? It kind of looks like a T or a Y or something like that. And with Yuna's, you have, I actually got some pictures of it here.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, see how there's two hooks, and then it goes down? And see his necklace, how it has the two sides, and then it goes down. So it's the same.
Just a more rounded.
It's more rounded. It's got a jewel at the bottom. It's a feminine version of the same necklace. It's basically the same symbol. You could look at it as being the same symbol.
Yeah.
But Tetsuya Nomura specifically talks about how the necklace also symbolizes the hibiscus plant. And so this is specifically in the, what do you call it? The style or the, what's it called? For Yuna, her necklace is symbolized by the hibiscus flower. So the hibiscus has 5 leaves kind of going out and around. It's a big flower, but it's got a really long style. It's got a really long stem, not stem, but the pollen part.
Yes.
Whatever you'd call it.
Yes.
In the middle,
yes.
it comes out. And
right.
I have notes here. I'm trying to be quick about this, but there's kind of a lot here. Because we're going to talk about this even more later. So my notes are kind of all over the place. But it is the style. Yeah, that's the word. That's the technical word, is the style, right? And so the curves going out to the side would be the leaves. This is a profile, dissection view of it. And then the style is the middle part that comes down with
So it's like the flower is upside down or something.
Yes, it's upside down, and it's got the style. And anyways, so that's the way I can interpret it. Either way works. If it's a feminine version of Titus's symbol, or Titus's symbol is a masculine version of her necklace. I don't care either way. Or it's just part of the hibiscus. It's just furthering the hibiscus kind of motif with her clothing. Either way, that's fine. I think it works either way because it still plays into the yin yang. Either way you look at it.
Yeah. It also kind of just looks like a Y.
Yeah, it looks like a Y, which so does Titus's thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the Y, the T. I mentioned this earlier. All the things that his necklace has on it. So Tetsuya Nomura said when he designed Titus's accessories, Nomura said he thought of things that had some sort of relationship with the ocean, right? So he mentions how he used things like hooks and fish bones and whale fins and all of that kind of stuff that marks Titus's jewelry, right? Mm-hmm. And then he talks specifically about the T and the J, but then I also mentioned there's the Y and the S, right?
Yeah.
And so but Yuna's specifically doesn't have as much of that in there. You can still kind of see a T. You can't really see the J or the S, but you can see the Y.
Yeah.
Right. So for Yuna, her necklace is the hibiscus flower, and my question here is, why is there so much meaning here for just simple ornaments, right? But Nomura says that he doesn't like unexplained designs anymore. I love that he says in this interview, it is implied that he says anymore. I don't know the exact translation, but it's funny because this implies that he used to just design stuff for the heck of it. Just, this is kind of cool, whatever. I don't do that anymore. Now I'm all about, symbolic representation, right?
Sure, yeah.
Which is so rich within this game. But either way, he decided to put a lot of meaning behind, the art within this game. The clothes that Yuna's wearing, it's a summer island variation of the Japanese kimono, and it's called a furisode.
Oh, right.
And if you see it, the furisode is cool because it doesn't look so much like what Yuna's wearing, but Nomura said it was a furisode. So, okay, you got to really look to see the furisode part, because that's why I say it's a summer islander variation of a furisode.
Sure.
But it's got those long sleeves that come down where it's like kind of tighter upper arm, but then it goes down and it's really loose around the wrist. And that's more or less what Yuna's sleeves look like, right? She's got sleeves, but if she holds her hand out, then it's like a drape.
Yeah.
It's like a flag or something that she has over her arms. But then it kind of cuts off, and then her whole dress isn't completely a furisode, but that is where the inspiration came from. And that's why I would say this is one of the things where I looked at it, and it led me to my conclusion about the general islander clothing and how it's a summer variation on just clothes. And one of the ideas of a summer variant of clothes is that there's just less clothes, right? There's less of it. It doesn't cover as much, it doesn't do as much, but it's more functional for an island culture. And so it makes more sense there, right? I just have one more note here that's talking about her staff. Now, we don't see her staff here. This note was meant to be talked about earlier.
Okay.
But it's the circle staff with the circle.
Yeah, the
things
rod
in
that
it.
she carries.
Yeah, so it's called a kakara. That's what it's called in Buddhism. So a Buddhist staff, and hers is a little different, but it's based on the kakara. And have you seen Inuyasha?
Yes. Certain episodes.
Do you remember Miroku, the guy who's always like fondling like the girls and stuff?
No,
he's
don't
like,
remember that.
yeah, he's like a bad person, but he's a priest, right? But he's one of those kind of priests, right? But he's carrying this staff with a circle with these rings that are hanging off of it, right?
Okay.
And you can you shake it around and it makes noise,
yeah.
and so hers doesn't have the noise element, right? Instead of the circles hanging off of the edge of the circle that goes atop the staff, hers are kind of embedded within it, right? So instead of being loose, they're kind of stuck there. But there's a really cool pattern in which they are laid out on her staff, is that there's a circle on the bottom and then 3 kind of leaf-like circles going up top. But each leaf has an indentation, has another marking within it that kind of resembles an eye, if you look at it a certain way. So the Yevon symbol, where it's kind of like there's like an oval eye with like a character underneath and then 2 things on the side, and that's like the Yevon symbol.
Right.
It's the letter A in the Yevon alphabet, so it's alpha. It's
right.
But it's an eye with 3 kind of parts that come out of it, right? Now, when Yuna uses her staff and she holds it up, the way she holds it, that symbol is now upside down. And instead of the middle being the eye, you now have the 3 points that look like eyes looking towards the center. And there are a few reasons why it looks that way. I'm realizing as I talk about a lot of the symbolism stuff, I may as well wait till the end of the game to bring this up.
After we've learned more about Yevon.
After we can talk about what these symbols even mean. Like, it's interesting where I'm talking about the symbols, but I can't actually explain what they mean.
Yeah. Because we haven't gotten there yet.
Because we're not there yet.
Yeah.
I think what we're going to do, I'm going to put an asterisk here. I'll still bring up the symbols, but I really want to talk about what they mean. And so that's going to have to wait until a little bit later. Because a lot of people may think that it's not that big of a deal, any of the stuff that I just said about the hibiscus flower, about the necklace, about her staff, about any of the patterns or other symbols that I've brought up. They are super, super incredibly relevant, but I just can't talk about why until later.
Okay.
But just know that they're there, and this stuff, I love it when you can read into the artist's intent, especially the character designers, and you can read into the meaning that they imbued their characters with that is apparent right from the get-go.
Right.
You first see these people, and if you have the eyes to see, you can theoretically understand more about this character just by what they're wearing, and about maybe foreshadowing type things than you would just kind of playing the game normally. Right. So I will bring this all up again later, but at the moment that's where we'll stop with my analysis on
But it's
Yuna's character.
important to know that unlike previous maybe Final Fantasy designs, this is all done with purpose, and
Very
there's
much so.
there's
Very
real
much so.
like meaningful symbolism behind it,
yeah.
right?
And
And that may not have been the case in earlier games.
Well, as according to Tetsuya Nomura, that's not how he didn't care about the symbolic meaning of his designs previously.
Sure.
As much.
This is more about making them look cool.
But I've got that quote from him where he says it all has meaning this time, which means that the meaning's there. You're not just spuriously inferring something that wasn't intended.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, one last thing. The temple at Besaid is
yes.
also laid out in the Yevon symbol.
Oh, right.
Right. So the beginning with the eye, and then it's got like the 3 branches at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's super cool. It's all intentional. I just love it when the symbolism's super intentional.
Yeah. Okay, so as they're talking there, Sin attacks the ship.
Yeah, yeah.
I really liked this scene because I think we talked. Did we talk about this?
We
last
brought
time?
up that Kimari
saves
yes,
her, right?
But we didn't talk about this scene, but
So,
we
like,
did bring that up.
Titus is trying to hold on to her hand.
Yeah.
She slips, and then Kimari's the one, because Kimari caught
Yes.
her on the stairs. That's why we were talking about it earlier when she comes
Yeah.
out of the temple.
Yep.
Like the
Because they made it seem like Titus was going to be the one to catch
Yeah.
her, and then as the camera zooms out, it's like, no, he was nowhere close.
Yeah.
Kimari's the one who's got her
Yeah.
back, right?
So Kimari's like always
Yes.
alert, and
Yep.
and now that we know that he was with her since
yeah,
she was a young
kid.
girl, like that's basically
Yeah.
that's his whole thing in life is just like watching out for her. So Titus is trying to hold on, but she slips, and then Kimari grabs her.
Yep.
It's a pretty cool little fight with Sin here. I thought it was interesting
the
that
swells of the water.
Yeah.
It's so big, man. And you see, there's that really cool like long lens shot where it's really zoomed in. And you see the characters on the boat running alongside Sin in the background, which is just so much bigger than
Yes,
them. Kind of
huge.
just like moving faster than them.
giant like fin, right?
That's a really good shot.
Yeah. I also really liked how some of the crewmen of the ship, they apologize to
yep,
her
yep.
that they're going to try to fight or engage Sin.
They even ask her permission.
Right,
And
because
she's very empathetic.
they're conflicted because they don't want to put the summoner in danger.
Yeah.
But it's going to attack their home,
Yep.
Kilika village, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's on its way there, and it's like we have to protect our wives and children.
Yep.
And so they're pleading with her, but also kind of just like telling her,
Yeah.
We're going to
even if
fight
she
this
said
thing.
no,
Yeah.
it would have happened.
They're-
So she
they're-
made the right call in saying, do what you're going to do, you know?
yeah.
Because at least they'll feel better about it.
Yeah, I really liked that. I really
Yeah.
liked that moment between her and
Yep.
those crewmen who were just like desperately afraid for their families. And so they shoot their harpoons, their hooks, right? That sort of
Yeah.
like hook into it, and so Sin's kind of pulling the ship along with it. And this is where you do your battle against it, right?
Yeah.
It kind of throws some Sin spawn onto the ship that you fight, and then it's in the background. So you finish that fight, but Titus gets thrown overboard, and then Waka sort of like jumps in after him, and you fight like another battle like underneath the water.
underneath, yeah.
And again, this is another example where only
The holding
Waka
breath.
and Titus can fight underwater. None of the other party, Riku could, but like
Right.
aside from those three, underwater battles are only ever done by Titus, Waka, and Riku.
I'd
'Cause
love,
they are the
I'd love to
capable-
see Lulu try to swim in that dress.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so that's a really cool sort of consistent, little detail that they did. Is that these are the only three people that are capable of holding their breath long enough to fight underwater like that. So
Yeah, that's cool.
after winning this battle, though, Sin does proceed to destroy the village.
They didn't really make a difference. Yeah.
No, and it's actually really well done. Like
It's extremely well done.
it's really
Yeah.
heartbreaking and sad. All those, just women and children and villagers
the
who just
kids.
get blown away. And I really like how the final shot is just this blitz ball. It's sort of just like floating in the wreckage.
Yep.
Just all this broken wood and, rubbish in the water. And it's just, this ball is
Well,
just floating by.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
It means a lot, at least in part because 1,000 years ago, when Sin destroyed the world, apparently the only thing that survived was
Blitzball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blitzball became religion, it became life, it became everything. And you see that here as sin shows up, destroys everything, and there's a Blitzball. And it's like the Blitzball will continue on, you know, that everything else is destroyed. Yeah, it was really sad. It was really sad.
Really, really good. And so they pull in to this, the aftermath of this, right? And you're approached right away by a couple people. Oh, summoner, can you please like come perform this sending?
And you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So you're like, why? I don't know. And Yuna immediately it comes out. She's like, oh, I'm a summoner. I will help you. And they're just like tearfully grateful. They're just like, oh, thank heavens. Thank you. I'll show you where to go. And you're, once again, like previously on Beset Island, where it's like, hey, this is a thing I don't understand. There's a religious thing happening here. We're just going to go along with it, but I don't get it yet. Hopefully I'll be able to understand soon.
One thing I forgot to mention before you get there, though, they're seeing the aftermath of this from the boat, from afar.
Yes.
And I really like Titus's quote here, his narration.
Yep.
I was in a foreign world. I wasn't going home. This was my new reality, and I was stuck in it for good. So he's realizing his hope was that, if I contact Sin again, I can go back to Xanarkand.
Yeah.
But now it's like
after seeing Sin again,
happening.
It's like no.
He's seen it twice now.
Yeah.
So when the Al-Bed ship was attacked and he washed up on Besaid, but then now again, it's like, okay, this isn't going to work.
It's going to just kill me. Yeah. It's not going to.
I'm not going back. He's like realizing that this is his new reality. He's stuck here.
Yeah.
And Yuna's looking on this from a distance, and she says, I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin. So it just kind of punctuates that scene, how dire, how important this is, right?
Yeah. One more thing about the destruction there. I feel like they did a pretty good job of portraying like a tsunami just in general.
Yeah.
Even though when Sin shows up, he's kind of like sucking things up in like a tornado kind of thing. He's a mixture of a hurricane and a tsunami and a tornado and everything all at once, right? But the imagery there for sure is like the idea of a tsunami wave coming, because you see it, the shadow kind of goes across the village as the water's coming up.
Right.
And these scenes always mean a lot to me, coming from Japan specifically, because it's one thing to watch maybe some American content about a tsunami that came and destroyed a village or something like that in terms of entertainment or media. But in Japan, that's a real thing. It's a real worry, right? In America, I don't know when the last time a tsunami hit the United States or even the entire North American continent. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just not aware. I don't know. In Japan, they'll tell you exactly when the last one hit, and it's a thing that they have to always be aware of, because so much of the island is really low and near sea level, and it's an island, And so whenever like Japan portrays something like a tsunami hitting, I'm always thinking like, man, this is more real.
Yeah, it's
for them,
More, it's deeper.
It's deeper, and it feels more powerful. Where it's like, wow, as sad as that scene is, it's like, no, not only does this happen, but their culture is very sensitive to this, and so their portrayal is going to be a lot more visceral. I think a lot more accurate than something else you would have seen where you didn't realize that, this is a thing that always happens.
Yeah, well, a culture that dealt with pretty severe natural disasters kind of all the time.
Yeah,
even
earthquakes.
If you're not on the coast, then earthquakes that would just destroy your village, and you'd have to rebuild them again, which sort of shaped
all the time up there.
The types of homes they made, which were quickly erected, and they're just ready at any time, basically, for their house to be destroyed, right?
Right.
So
and the big buildings have very good earthquake-proof,
Yeah, construction
stuff. Yeah, but it's cost a lot of money, but they have no choice. They had to do it.
Mm-hmm. So this sending ritual, right?
Yes.
We were saying that Titus does not understand it. And again, this is another example, I feel, of Lulu sort of just being dismissive, condescending, finding him irritating, not wanting him around. Because he comes to ask her, like, what is this all about?
She does not want to talk to him. She is just rolling her eyes.
Yeah.
She's just like, I love what she says. She's great. She goes, I'm beginning to think that...
it's not just Sin's toxing.
Yeah, that it's not just Sin's toxing. I think you're just stupid.
Yes, that's exactly how I read that, too.
Oh, my gosh, it was so funny.
It's not just Sin's toxin, you're just an idiot.
Yes.
Or maybe you could even see that as, like, it's not possible that you don't know this. It can't just be sense toxin.
Yeah.
What are you really doing here? Like, what is
right.
it that you
She's pretty
actually
suspicious
want?
of us, yeah.
So you can read it as suspicion / annoyance / like just condescension,
Yeah.
irritation, whatever, all wrapped into one. She doesn't like him, and she doesn't want him here.
Yes, that is clear.
And that makes sense. Again, I'm not saying that that's
Yeah.
a bad thing. I'm saying it's right for the story, but
Yeah.
it's just where she's at. Again, because, I mean, just think of that for 1 second. How devastating losing your fiance or wife or
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then someone were to come around who looks just like them or very similar, reminds you of
Yeah.
them. Like, that would, I would think, be really hard. Especially if you were at a point where you're feeling like, I'm starting to move past this.
Yes.
I'm finally able to move on with my life. And
Also, I don't know how old she is,
yeah,
but Titus is 17.
yeah,
Right. So she's already kind of lived a portion of life, and this person that reminds her of her fiance from however many years ago
yeah.
shows up, but he's 17. Right? It's like even if she wanted to, it's like this isn't
Yeah.
like just go away. Just you're not helping me in my situation at all.
Almost like the ghost. Let's say your spouse or fiance had died like 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So you've aged 5 years, but the ghost of your
Yes.
fiance from 5 years ago
It
comes
is-
back
and is still
you've-
that age.
You've grown 5 years. You've
Yeah,
moved.
yeah.
It's complicated, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, she starts to explain what this is, though. She says, the dead need guidance. Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate.
Yeah.
They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living, and in time that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in spirit, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane where they may rest in peace. So in this world, the death works a little differently, right? So if a person dies and they're not ready to face that, they're not like ready to accept their death,
Yeah.
and they yearn to continue to live on, and
Which most people who die suddenly,
that
that's
would
likely
be the
gonna
case.
happen, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And they resent those who still are living. It's like I
Yeah.
want to be living too,
Yeah.
right? So when
Yeah, it
that
wasn't fair.
happens, they eventually turn into fiends, and that's kind of
Yeah.
like the monsters of this world, right?
yeah.
So anyway, in order for them to be able to move on to the afterlife of this world, which is the far plane, they need to be sent in a ritual by a summoner, which is why most of these villages are close by to a temple where a summoner would be who would be able to come when someone dies and be able to send them to the far plane, right? Now, I don't know what happened to Kilika's summoner here. Maybe they were in the village when it was destroyed or something like that, but currently they don't have a summoner to do this. So
you
that's
can't
why they
find
came to
anyone.
oh, we're so glad you're here. We need you to send our loved ones to the
Yeah.
far plane, right? So keep this in mind, how death works in this world, because it's going to be like a recurring thing that's like very important to the plot, to understanding certain elements of the plot. So this next scene is possibly one of the most iconic of the game.
Yes.
It's a lot of imagery, art of Final Fantasy X represents this scene where Yuna is doing her water dance and sending these souls to the far plane.
Yeah, it's really cool. So the coffins in the water,
Yes.
they have this red tie around them, and
Yes.
they're caskets, but
Yeah.
they're arranged kind of like a flower,
Yeah.
going around in a circle, and she stands
On top of it.
yeah.
And the water even shoots out, kind of like the style you're
hibiscus
talking
flower,
about,
yes.
right?
So the water
And she's-
shoots up, it opens, and she is the style. She's
Yeah.
holding her staff up
Yeah.
as the water. I took a lot of notes on this one, but yeah, in keeping with the idea of the hibiscus, as the water shoots up and goes out around her, she is the style, and especially as she lifts her staff up high. If you see a hibiscus flower, you'll understand the style is it's very long.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. But then even underneath it, then you have all of the the dead underneath
Yeah.
her in the red, right? And
Right.
red is a very common hibiscus flower color. Yeah.
I really like what Titus says about this afterwards.
Oh yeah.
Because it's pretty much how I feel when I watch it. because it's beautiful. Like
Yes.
the FMV is really
It's
good.
incredible. It's incredible.
The arrangement, like you're saying, of those caskets under the water, the colors of the scene, the
Yep.
choreography of the dance, the
Yes.
motion capture. It's really, really beautiful. There's a reason why it's such an
Yeah.
iconic visual of the game.
It is. And then as she's doing the dance, what do you call them? The fireflies?
Yeah, the little
spirits
souls
kind of
coming
start
out.
to go up,
Yeah.
and you hear the people crying in the background.
Yeah,
So good.
it's
So
really,
well done.
really well done
Yeah.
scene. But what he says about this is, I wished there would never be a next time, because I can't remember, someone said something about a next time. Anyway,
Right.
no more people being killed by sin, no
Yeah.
more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again. There is a sense to this scene, as beautiful as it is, that it's kind of haunting.
Oh, sure.
Like, it's a little unsettling to me,
Yeah.
with those caskets under the water, and she's like dancing on top of them, and
Yeah.
it's just like this world's concept of death and its religion and sin continually like just destroying them over and over again in this
Yes.
cyclical nature. There's something about this world that just feels really unsettling and just like not okay, and like
Yeah.
something's got to be done about this. This
Right.
is like not good, right? And
Yeah.
he being the one person who didn't grow up in it would be the first to really see it that way,
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
right? Like obviously they're living through it and it's bad, but like they grew up with it their whole lives. Like
Yeah.
it's a part of their world. It's like something they've accepted as their reality, and he hasn't. And so his commentary on it
Gosh,
throughout
he's
the whole game.
probably never seen a dead person in his whole life.
Right.
May not have even known anyone who died at only 17. I mean, that's pretty young.
Yeah.
In an advanced world like Xanarkand was.
And this is one of my favorite elements of Final Fantasy X is Tidus's commentary on this world that he wasn't raised in.
Every scene or two, we get some narrative monologue.
Yeah.
And it's always really interesting.
Yeah, and I'll get more into that much later, but it's one element of the game that I would say is one of my favorites, is the isekai nature of this.
Yeah.
And the fact that he came from somewhere very different.
Yeah.
And being able to see this from a perspective or from an angle that no one in this world is really like able to, based on their heritage and how they were raised and how they've lived.
Yeah.
And he's able to sort of come into this and like disrupt it, or like give them another perspective on what's happening to them. And I really love that about this story. It's great.
Yeah. Also, for the sending, Yuna is walking on water, right? She walks out onto the water, which is really striking at first.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen her around water. But apparently she can, if she wants to, walk on water. Don't know exactly how this works, but this is a Christian reference,
Yes.
right? And it turns out there are a lot of Christian references with Yuna. Many of them we will talk about later on, but this is one. She does this at the setting of the sun as well, which also symbolizes, the end of life, right?
Right.
And it goes into twilight. And when she does the dance, is at twilight, which has often been understood through, shamanistic cultures in the past. She's a shaman, basically, is what she is. Is that the twilight is the time where the day and night kind of meet, but they're separated, and that's when the souls of the dead can be sent. I don't know if that was done. I don't know if that's how the lore of Spira works, where it's like, it has to be done at dawn or at twilight. But that's when this was done, and there's definitely meaning to that as well.
Yeah.
But
Great stuff. Great scene. And there's one more part that, again, for spoilers' sake, we can't really dig into. Kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
This next conversation.
What Lulu's implying through this, or what her silence implies, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
But
by the way, I found the word stamen. The stamen. I say style,
oh,
but it's style. There's two words for it. Stamen.
okay. Stamen's another.
That's the other word I was looking
synonym
for.
it.
Yeah.
So Tidus says something to Lulu about how tough it must be to be a summoner.
Yes.
And Lulu says that Yuna knew what she was getting into from the start, and that all they can do is protect her until the end. And then Titus asks her what that end is.
And
she's
like,
just
rolls her eyes.
so irritated by him. Like, and I like how, like, on a first playthrough, you can see that as her just being irritated that he doesn't know anything.
Yes.
But again, as I've hinted at a little bit, the ultimate destination of this pilgrimage, right? Lulu knows what that is. Titus doesn't know yet.
He does not.
And so she feels he's being insensitive.
Yes.
And just like, gosh, just go away. Like,
right.
I don't want you around. I don't want you around her. Just leave.
Yes. And I don't want to think about it. Nothing.
So she goes forward to meet Yuna as she comes back from the sending, and you did a great job, like kind of comforting her, right?
Yes. Now, don't cry next time, right?
Yeah, right.
You need to do this without tears.
Oh, what Lulu says after she sighs when he asks what the end is, right? She just says defeating sin is the ultimate goal, right? So,
yeah,
really, really like that scene as well. Okay. The next day...
Oh, in the Japanese, she says, until her final moment.
Oh, really?
That's what it says, yeah.
Wow, that's really different.
Until her final moment.
That's really different.
Well, because she says until the end, right?
Yeah.
And what end? Anyways.
Interesting.
That's just what it says in Japanese.
Huh. Okay, so the next day, people are sort of, trying to rebuild. They're like working on building structures. And Waka and the other Blitzball guys are helping in that. And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the Blitzball in the water a minute ago.
Yeah.
Because Waka starts talking about the Blitzball tournament.
Yeah. Titus is like, dude, now's not the time.
Is this really the right time to be focusing on Blitzball?
See, but like was mentioned earlier, Waka lives in a world where lots of people die lots of the time.
Yeah.
And Titus comes from a world where nobody dies. If somebody dies, you have the bandwidth to drop everything and mourn for them for a while.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're in a modern society, you have food, you don't have to worry about anything, right?
Yeah.
Waka is in a place where if people really took time out of their day
That's
to
all they'd be
mourn for
doing.
everyone who died around them, it would be just constant.
Yeah.
And that is true for all of life, just a couple hundred years ago, really, but a couple thousand years ago for sure. And so Titus is coming with a modern perspective, like, hey, shouldn't we give more reverence? And Waka is saying, dude, is this the first time you think sin attacks once every 100 years? Like, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. And he has a good response, too. He's like, Blitzball is like the thing that gets us through it.
Yes.
So, of course, we're going to talk about Blitzball.
Blitzball is like the one thing that they can look forward to that is a distraction from this.
Yes.
And like we need that. Like we desperately need that to be able to like function in this world.
Right. Otherwise you just have death anxiety all the time. When am I going to die? When am I going to die? When am I going to die?
Yeah.
All the time. You need something. And to go figure that thing, it becomes religious, it's that important.
Yeah.
It's at that like fundamental level of their reality.
Yeah. And it's funny when you get to Lucca later, which is where this Blitzball tournament's being held. They comment on how this is where like the bulk of the Crusaders are at, and they fight hardest to defend Lucca because the Blitzball arena is there.
Geez, that's so funny.
It's like they gotta protect the Blitzball.
That's like
at
the shrine.
all
That's
costs.
the temple. That's the central.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if we don't have Blitzball, we have like nothing to look forward to. So like that's why that city doesn't get destroyed like most of the others do, because they concentrate the hardest on protecting their Blitzball arena.
That's
which
so
is
funny.
really interesting, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's a nice little look, I guess, into the culture there. So then they head off from there into the jungle toward Kilika Temple is where they're going next.
And this is the first time I realized that when you get into a battle, the screen does a shattering effect similar to Xenogears.
Yeah.
Everything goes over to the side.
It's a shattering effect.
It doesn't always do it, though, I've noticed. But yeah, usually there will be a shattering effect. I don't know that it means anything the way that it did in Xenogears.
I wondered about that.
Yeah.
In Xenogears, it definitely
Definitely.
is central to like the whole thematic content of the game.
I've thought about it for 10, and I can't really come up with anything specific that they're trying to say with that, other than it's time to fight.
Time to fight now. It's interrupting you.
Yeah.
This is where Yuna basically asks Titus to be one of her guardians.
Yeah, yes.
And so I think it's Lulu who comes up and says she wants you to be her guardian.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Oh, this was such an interesting exchange too.
Yeah.
Because it's like, why? And she's like, I just
want him to
just
be
want you around.
close by. Right?
Yeah, and it's like sort of embarrassing, but yeah.
Yeah, so Yuna is trying to. It's like, fine, if he's not going to be my guardian, right? If there's like a process to this and he has to be.
Yeah, initiated, and yeah.
If that's the case, then I want him to be close to us. I want him to travel with us. So she's basically the plan before this point was to just take him to Luca to the blitzball tournament, and then maybe someone would recognize him there, and he could go back to his other life that they think he has that he forgot because he got too close to Sin's toxin. Yeah. But now she's saying like, oh, don't stay in Luca, come with us on the pilgrimage all the way through with us. I want you to be with us the whole way, which is a big ask.
Yeah.
And I would feel Lulu would be opposed to this,
right?
But accommodating to what Yuna wants, again, given what she understands the final destination of this pilgrimage is. It's like, anyways, I'll talk more about that later. But you'll find that Lulu begins to talk a little bit differently about Titus kind of from this point onward. Like, she's not quite as dismissive or condescending toward him.
Yeah.
And this is where I would have liked a scene, maybe something in between where Yuna and Lulu talk, and Lulu could say like, no, like he should not come with us. That's really bad idea for this and this and this reason. And maybe Yuna could see through the reasons and be like, look, I know that you're bothered because of Chapu or whatever, but like this is not Chapu. This boy's father served my father on his pilgrimage. Yeah. And I want him to come with us. This can't be on accident that he showed up, that Jecht's son is here.
Right.
That there's got to be a reason.
That's a good argument.
Right. And they could have this.
It's like, all right, I see your point.
They could have this conversation, and then it would make like a nice smooth transition to Lulu treating Titus with a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
Because I was a little bit taken aback the first time playing the game, where it was like Lulu was telling us to our face how dumb we are in one scene, and then like she's kind of just like she has this really different disposition about him kind of from then on. Anyways, this is the thing I was referencing earlier that I was talking about with the patrons and stuff. But there's another place where this could have happened too, on the next boat from Kilika to Luca, but we're not going to get there today, so I might bring it up again next week. But there is a shift in the way that Lulu is treating Titus kind of from this point onward, and I think it's probably because Yuna talked to her about wanting Titus to come with them, and Lulu is trying to be accommodating to her because she understands where they're going and what's going to happen at the end of this, and they probably had a conversation that we didn't see on screen.
Yeah, it would be implicit, yeah.
I wish that was on screen, is all I'm saying, and that you could have had Titus maybe like eavesdrop on this or something, or hear it. Kind of like he did with Lulu and Waka earlier, like he's going to do with Lulu and Waka on the next ship ride. There's a lot of eavesdropping he's doing. That sort of, a little scene like that I think would have been nice. But
okay, yeah.
Okay, so you're going through this jungle, and there's a bunch of Crusader dudes, and you fight a monster in there blocking the road, and there's not really much to talk about in the forest itself, I don't think, right?
No, not until we get to the steps of the temple.
You get to the steps of the temple at the end of this, and they're having a little race. It's like the blitzball dudes and Waka and Titus like, oh, we're going to race you up the stairs, and I really like Yuna. She's supposed to be officiating. She's going to count down. And as she's counting down, she takes off first. She doesn't get all the way down the countdown. Like, hey, wait a minute.
I thought that was
chase her up the stairs.
I love how aback Titus is taken, because he doesn't do anything. Like, she runs up and he's like, what? And then they run up and he's like, what? And then he's looking around and he's alone. And it's like, you weren't ready for this, were you?
Nope.
So funny. But anyway. I love it. So we start walking up the steps, and then this is a foregone conclusion. We can't win.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they start running back down the steps. They're like, ah! There was a big monster up there, right? Yeah. So I thought that was great. That was super funny.
It's funny. You fight that monster.
Yeah, I gotta go kill the monster.
That's where we...
Well, after that, after you kill the monster, is where it's then revealed from Waka that Chapu was his brother.
Yes.
And it's right after we killed the monster.
He did tell you that back on Be Saved. He was like, my brother, Chapu,
okay.
back there.
It's the first time I remember.
But this scene,
I remember him saying it.
This scene is another one of those. Okay, again,
where
wishing
Lulu's
there was
pretty
some
harsh
scene of transition because she's really harsh to him about this.
She is, and I thought so too, until I learned that was her fiance.
Right.
Because when it's like, oh, this is Waka's brother, and Waka brings up, oh man, don't you think maybe the people who sin kills come to life in another world, or kind of like you, Titus?
Yes.
Where he brings that up.
He begins
and it's
to
like,
he begins to theorize that maybe Chapu didn't die, but he was taken somewhere.
Because sin, he sucks people into him, right?
Yes.
And then it's like, well, do they die, or do they just kind of get taken somewhere else?
Like you did.
Yeah.
To hear.
And that's where Lulu's like, no, that's not how it works. Don't even pretend that might be how it works. Shut up, your brother's dead. Deal with it. Live with it. Your brother is dead. And she turns and leaves.
And she even
not
says
knowing her relationship with him,
Yeah.
it's like, wow, who is she to be talking to him like that about the grief he feels for his family?
Yeah.
But you find out a little later that her and Chapu were kind of family.
They were
too.
basically brother and sister-in-law, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or would have been. So that's kind of the relationship they have, is a brother and sister relationship.
Yeah.
But she even says it's pathetic and sad.
It's pathetic, yes.
And it's just really hard hitting, right?
But Waka doesn't take it too hard.
He doesn't.
He listens and he's like, yeah, okay, and he sits down on the steps and he's like, I still feel like there's something here. I still don't agree with Lulu that he's gone permanently.
Yeah.
But it's like, if somebody had told me what Lulu told Waka after my brother died, and I was hopeful that maybe he wasn't dead,
I would have been pissed.
My ego would have taken over, and I would have either just been crying, upset, or I would have been mad and just you go away, we're gonna fight right now.
Yeah.
But Waka has almost no ego. Now we talk about
in one way he does.
In one way he
but
does.
But in most other ways, no.
For the most part, he just lets it go, So even these harsh words show up, but he knows, me and Lulu are cool. She doesn't mean to hurt me. She probably has a point. I'll just think about it. Who would do that? But that's Waka there, and that's one of that's probably the best aspect of his character.
Yes.
Is how easygoing he is, even when things are difficult and he is emotional. He doesn't let his ego take control. He doesn't let his anger, take control and make it worse than it needs to be.
And again, I love that they show these aspects of his personality first. Because you just really like the guy.
He's not a perfect person.
He's just his heart is so big, and he wants to do the right thing, and he doesn't he's not quick to anger. He's introspective. He's there's all these aspects of him that just make him a really lovable character. And I just love that for, again, something we'll talk about next episode. But
okay.
Anyway,
then we come to the temple, and that's a good.
That's where we decided to leave off for this week. So there you go. Looking forward to reading your comments. There was. Here's the thing, as the podcast grows, and in particular on titles like this that are going to get more views than some of the other ones do, it becomes more and more difficult to keep up with all the comments, and so addressing, which is something we like to do at the end, to address some of the comments along the way, and converse with the people who are watching. I want to try and do this a little bit along the way.
Okay. Sure.
So that we don't get so overwhelmed by 10 or 12 videos worth of 700 comments to try to go find them. Mm-hmm. One of the most commented things in episode 2, I kind of had to chuckle to myself a little bit about it, because so often we ride this very
the spoiler line
tightrope sort of line of spoilers. And more often than not, people accuse me of having crossed it. They're like, that's a spoiler, you shouldn't have said that, or something like that. And
we're trying, people.
Here's the thing, is that in most cases, I'm not spoiler sensitive, because to me, the context is more important than knowing a thing about it. It's like,
Sure.
why is that even important? If I don't know that, then you could tell me that and be like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's one of the obvious ones, like, oh, this character dies or something. It's like, oh, now I know that character didn't die. That sucks.
Right.
But there are other elements where it's like, there's just so much to this world that you don't know, having not done it or seen it or read it or whatever before, that you could say it, you could just blurt it out, and the person would not be aware of what you're talking about.
They
at
wouldn't
all.
even know it's a spoiler.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can't. It's one of those things where you can't
Yeah.
know unless you've played it before.
And so
And that happens a lot.
that happens a lot.
It happens a lot where I'll say something and be like, oh, that's a spoiler. But it's like, that's only a spoiler because you've played the game. It's not really a spoiler. No one would be able to draw from what I said, like the reason or the context of it to, anyway, spoil it for themselves.
Yes.
Now,
And how it would be very difficult, and we're doing this to some extent, but it would be very difficult for us to ignore all elements of foreshadowing
yes.
and still analyze properly a
Yes.
deep game like this
Yes.
without spoiling anything. I mean, the foreshadowing, it's foreshadowing for a reason.
Yes.
And sometimes it's harder for us to remember halfway through the game to be like, oh, this was foreshadowed in episode 3, but we didn't mention it. You know?
Right. Now, the opposite is true of what we talked about or what we didn't say in episode 2 there in Xanarkand. There was something that I believe is a massive spoiler to bring up that I think probably 25 or 30 people in the comments just fetching, like totally said it. And so if you have,
no one reads the comments.
if you have not played this game, do not read the comments of that episode.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
It's crazy to me because usually I'm the one who's not spoiler sensitive and everyone's like yelling at me, but like all these people were just like totally cool with saying this. So this is your warning if you have not played the game before, since we're at the end of the episode anyways, to peace out and maybe return to this later, or maybe we'll talk about it again later. But I'm going to bring it up because a bunch of people did, and I just want you to know, like, yes, it's another element of that scene that's really cool when you know what's going on. So peace out if you haven't played it.
Bye.
When Aaron is standing on top of the precipice.
I saw that comment. I know the comment you're talking about. It's the one that stood out to me too as I was reading them.
Yeah, so he's holding his jug of sake when he points toward Sin as it's approaching.
Yes.
Now, this is a gesture of like a toast.
Yes.
Right? He's like toasting.
And you don't see his hand all that well.
No.
But that's the idea. He's holding a jug.
Yeah, you see it in his hand in the shot before, but like from the angle behind, you don't really see it in his body's kind of blocking it.
It's hidden on purpose because they don't want to make it obvious.
Sure, yes. Which is why I didn't.
Which is why we don't then make it obvious. Yeah.
I didn't want to make it obvious. Anyways, it's one of those things where I feel like I'm constantly like going too far one direction.
You know what though? I didn't know that.
Yes.
I hadn't noticed that.
Yes,
and so when I read that comment, I was like, oh my gosh, that's it. That's totally it.
Right.
So I actually added it as a note to talk about, but I put it at the bottom where my end of game notes are.
Oh, right.
But yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
he's basically raising a toast to his old friend.
Yes, because, and we're actually going to learn this pretty soon, so it's not going to be a spoiler for too much longer.
Okay.
Jecht is Sin.
Right.
Right? And so like we're going to probably talk about that in the next episode, because Aaron comes back.
Oh, you're right.
He tells Titus basically.
Yuna doesn't know, but we know before Yuna knows. That's true.
So this is probably something we can bring up again next time, and it won't be a spoiler anymore. But I just want people to be aware. Like, yes, he knows. I was trying to say like he was expectantly pointing at
because what
Sin.
I thought was that he was summoning Sin, not because I get how that works, but how he was more or less assisting in the bringing forth of Sin into the world.
Yes.
And then you said he was more or less just making a gesture towards Sin.
Yes.
And then there's this third one, which is even further than that, which is no, he's just like.
Yes, I was trying to say it in a way that wouldn't feel like a spoiler. He was expectantly pointing at this monster.
Yes.
But like he's actually toasting it with his jar of sake that he's got. He's like, I see you there, like, let's do this, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
There's a plan involved. He understands what's coming. He's totally aware of it. Anyways, so yeah, he and Jecht were friends because they both served as Braska's guardians on Braska's pilgrimage. And so when the final summoning happens and Jecht becomes Sin, right? And that's why he turns and talks to Sin like, are you sure?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
In that scene, because he's speaking to
I have
Jecht.
another note on that too for the end of the game.
So so he knows that Jecht is Sin, and that's why he's doing that gesture. So just want to let you know, I'm aware of that. I just thought it was a huge spoiler, but everybody else wanted to like blurt it out in the comments. And maybe that's because we told people not to read the comments to avoid spoilers
I hope we
before.
told them,
And so that's maybe why people felt like, okay, I can just type spoilers in the comments.
True.
But so I'm not trying to
we aren't going to moderate. We're not going to delete comments, you know.
No,
right. We don't have time for that, you know.
Right.
I don't know that we do it anyways.
But anyways, that was one thing that was brought up a lot. There were a couple other really interesting comments. So like Heon brought up about like Aaron's design, right?
Yeah.
The arm out of the sling thing.
Oh, yeah.
So the kimonos were not like optimal clothing for fighting in, right? They're very loose and stuff. So what samurai would do is they would sort of tie the kimono, like so that it's tight around the arm. And you'll notice that that is the case on his sword arm. Not the one that's hanging in the sleeve, but the one that he fights with. It's his kimono's sort of like tighter on his arm like that. But the idea was that samurai would sort of shove off the sleeves and then fight with their arms out of the sleeves in order to give them better mobility without the sleeves on. And so that gesture might have been, particularly if it was their sword arm itself.
I was thinking that. It actually gives you quick access to your sword.
It's
if
almost
you're right there.
It's almost a signal like I'm ready to fight at any time.
Yeah.
Right? Like this arm is out of the sleeve and it's near my
It's like 6
sword,
inches from the sword.
and so I could draw really quickly kind of a thing. And that maybe was like what it indicated in Samurai Days. Now, the fact that that Aren's non-sword arm is the one hanging instead of his actual sword arm is probably just Nomura maybe not being aware of
his own culture.
Why they did that or something like that. But I thought that was a good explanation of the design. It makes a lot of sense.
There is a scene later on where he shrugs the sleeve off completely.
Yes.
I remember this.
Yes.
And then he's that was really cool.
Yeah.
I like seeing
that. That is coming later. There was one person who, actually, this is another interesting comment from Heon. Let me pull this up real quick. Someone was asking, okay, what the heck is an Abe? Because the Xanarkin Abes, right?
Yeah, and I saw you had responded to that.
Yeah, so my response was
though,
just a guess on like what I thought an equivalent sort of like real life example could be, but there was actually a really interesting comment from Heon underneath mine that I really liked. So I'm going to pull it up here real quick and read it. Yeah, so the only use of that word that I had ever heard of before, Abe, is an abbreviation of the name Abraham.
Sure. Yeah.
Like Abe Lincoln or something like that. So my thought was maybe someone named Abraham founded this blitzball team.
Sure.
Or was the original coach.
And they're the Abrahams.
And so they were called the Abrahams, and now they just call them the Abes.
Yeah.
The real life equivalent to this that I'm aware of is the Cleveland Browns, who were founded and coached by Paul Brown when the team was founded for the first 25 years. He ended up eventually founding the Cincinnati Bengals later as well. But anyways, that's why they're called the Browns, after Paul Brown, right? So that was my thought, was like maybe that's why. But what Heon said here was really actually cool and way more along the lines of the type of symbolism that you've been bringing up over and over again, which I thought was actually really interesting.
Sweet.
So I want to read it real quick. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. There was a lot of comments on this episode. Oh, here's another thing that was interesting. We were looking at the difference between the Japanese and the English versions with the hey, and the... So that was actually in the international version, or the original English version of the game.
Oh, it was in the English version. It's just not in the remastered?
They took it out of the remastered.
Really?
There's several lines of dialogue, apparently, that have been removed from the English remastered version.
Why?
Which was really confusing to me. I don't know why. It's
weird.
really weird.
I wonder if it was even on purpose.
But
it might have been accidental.
So that is... And I wanted to also say, I pinned a comment where I tried to, let people know that I had seen this. Not everyone saw it, I think, because some people were commenting about it. But from the video we were watching, where you're approaching, down to where like boy Titus is at when he's kind of swimming down at the end, and we saw that little ghostly figure, and we were trying to figure out who that was, and it was really hard to see.
Yeah.
If you approach it from the right angle and quickly enough before the figure
triggers
disappears,
the cutscene.
It'll cut to an angle that's much more clear, and you can see that it is definitely jacked. It is 100% jacked.
Okay.
And taking account of the actual environment that it's in, which we will see again later, of course it's jacked. This is basically where you confront Jacked near the end of the game. Same exact like arena, basically, right? It's like, anyway. So that's definitely jacked. The ghostly figure there that the boy Titus is hiding behind there is definitely jacked, 100%.
Okay.
So, yeah. And it was interesting to learn that hey from Jack was cut for some reason from the remastered version in English. Really weird. A lot of people are saying that they liked how you seemed to be taking charge a little more in this last episode with all the symbolism stuff. They're loving it. So.
Oh, good. I was wondering. I was like, hey, do I keep going with this? Because this game's so rich.
Yeah.
But I was wondering. I was waiting to see people's response to episode 2 before I decided to keep going with some of the symbolism.
Yeah,
it's nice to know that your favorite game had a lot of thought put behind it.
Yeah.
That it wasn't just kind of random. That it all meant something. You know,
Yeah.
and that contributes to video games as an art form too.
Yeah, for sure.
Greatly, I think. Because this is what films do. Movies do this. Like Martin Scorsese does this all the time.
Yeah.
Terrence Malick, his movies are all about symbolism. That's part
Right.
of what makes them so artistic.
Yeah, that's what I really liked about Tree of Life.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you can watch that movie and just feel like, what?
Right.
But
if you don't get what things mean.
Yeah, when you're looking at the symbolism of it, it's actually pretty great.
Yeah, it's very profound.
I know that okay, here it is. It's from
Okay.
K. Patterson 14206. So I have a question. What the heck is an Abe? So, I gave my response, which I just explained. I love this one from Heon here. He says, I found this, which would have been super interesting had it not been discovered in 2010. So this was discovered after.
Oh, so it
after
can't
the
be
game
the
release.
explanation, but let's hear
Well,
it.
there's something else that's kind of cool about it, though.
Yeah.
So he says, Abes is a monotypic moth genus of the family Erebidae. I don't know how to pronounce that. Its only species, Abes vedi, is known from northwestern Thailand. Both the genus and the species were first described by Michael Fibiger in 2010. But given the Arabic architectural references in Zanarkand, it's worth noting that in Ottoman Turkish, based off of Arabic, Abes means pointless or without purpose, which has a certain poetic irony to it when you realize that the Zanarkand Abes are engaged in an ask of reenacting and winning blitzball matches, lost to history within a dream, which is antithetical to the very spirit of competitive sports, hence pointless and without purpose.
Wow. Well, that's interesting.
That was crazy.
They did draw on a lot of Central Asian and Middle Eastern, sources for this game. So that's a little crazy. I wonder about that.
Yeah, whether that could have been purposeful or something. Like
sometimes
the
they
blitzball
surprise me, though.
The blitzball they play in Dream Zanarkand being completely pointless.
Yes.
Therefore, Abes, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. I was like, wow, there could be something to that. So.
Wow,
anyway,
that's fascinating.
Wanted to bring some of those comments up
now
so that we don't get, like I said, overwhelmed by the end of the podcast.
I think it's a good idea.
Not have a chance to address them. So,
and it's also kind of nice at the end of a podcast to be able to talk freely.
Yes. Just like if that's actually a good point.
Well, maybe some people don't want. Maybe some people want to. I don't know. I have FOMO, so even if it's something, I've talked about this 100 times. But even if I've gotten this far through a podcast and it's like, hey, don't listen to the last 10 minutes, I'll probably just listen to the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, because you're afraid what you
Although
might miss
I'm
out
very
on.
sensitive to spoilers, so I probably wouldn't really. But, I would feel a little resentful that the podcast continues, but I can't be a part of it.
That is a fair point. I do, however, feel like this could be a good way to continue to sort of like build on the spirit of the book club format. Where we're actually taking comments and responding to them throughout the thing as if they're sitting here with us.
Yeah, you're right.
Rather than like holding that off for the end. So I like the idea of doing it, and I like the idea that we can do it while discussing spoilers but like you said, that is the one downside. Yeah. So I don't know, we'll see what people think about
but it's, as long as we warned people, and they got to hear most of the whole podcast, so.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a big deal, I don't think.
Anyway.
Maybe for certain games where less people have played it.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, thanks everybody for watching. We appreciate you. For the next episode, you'll want to play all the way through the Luca sequence, all the way through the Blitzball tournament.
Yeah, past that.
Everything that happens there. And then go down the Mihen High Road all the way until you reach the inn where Aaron tells everybody to stop and rest. Waka will complain for a second, like, oh, I'm not tired. And Aaron will say, but I am, so we're going to stop. There's a save point inside of that inn. That's where we're going to stop for next time. So We'll be talking about Blitzball and Luca and all that stuff next time. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next week, and peace out. Welcome back to the State of the Arc podcast. My name is Mike.
My name is Kason. And I'm very excited.
We got past Killica Temple. We can actually talk about things.
So it's supposed to be episode 1. It ended up being episode 4?
Yeah, I think we got through 4 before we got there. I think we'll be moving faster now, though.
Oh, I think so too.
The plan today is to get all the way through Luca to the Mian High Road.
To Mian, yeah, exactly.
So let's get started.
All right.
So let's see. We ended on Lulu sort of like being really condescending, rude.
Yes, to
Waka.
Yeah.
There's actually, I was watching that again today, and there was another element to this that I hadn't remembered or considered last time we talked about it. She says something about like, Chapu's never coming back. But then she goes on to say, nor is Sir Jecht, or Braska for that matter. And there's a part of me that wondered if that comment was directed at Yuna instead of Waka. Because like, Waka's not concerned about whether Jecht is still alive or whatever. Jecht is Titus's
connection.
dad.
Yeah.
And Braska is...
It's almost like she's laying it out there for everybody.
It's like, all of you stop with the nonsense.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting, because I thought that whole tirade was sort of like directed at Waka.
You know, I did
originally.
too.
But now there's a part of me that thinks she's just telling everyone to like stop, like move on already.
Well, if that's the case, even if it's not the case, this is the first time we see her more or less lose her cool.
Yeah.
And the way you put it right there, it makes it make a little more sense in that regard than the way I saw it previously, where it's like, no, she really did lose it, kind of on everybody.
Yeah.
And that, I don't think from here, even to the rest of the game, I don't remember if she loses it quite like that. She's so composed, you know?
Yeah. And like, Yuna kind of runs after her right after that, because the camera does shift on to Yuna for a second there.
Well, does that make me wonder then? Maybe they'd spoken in the past and maybe Yuna harbored some types of feelings of seeing her father again.
Yeah.
Right? We know that in the very least, she's trying to follow in her father's footsteps.
Yes.
So you know that the desire is there to at least emulate him if she can't be with him.
Yeah. And the fact that Yuna is sort of gravitating toward Titus here.
Yes.
And the connection there with Sir Jecht's son and all this. And
yes.
I think Lulu's trying to tell everyone, like, stop trying to connect to these people that are gone now.
Yes.
Like, let it go.
Which is an interesting thing for a religious person to say.
Yes.
But her ideas about the religion are maybe not quite like Waka. She's not as devout as Waka is. Waka is just like to a T.
So anyways, it was just an extra point there.
That's cool. I like that.
Upon watching the scene again, I was like, oh, I had forgotten she had said, nor is Sir Jecht or Lord Braska or whatever his title is for that matter. Anyway.
She's getting fed up with all that.
She's pissed. So you go to the Killica Temple, you get confronted by the Luca goers for some reason.
That was so good. That was so great. Those guys are so classic, just stereotypical. They're the bullies on the playground, just like straight up.
I kind of wonder like what they're doing there. I know that
I thought they were with the summoner, but it turns out she only has one guardian, so they're not related.
So
the only reason I thought they were connected is because they're both complete like jerks.
Yes,
they're both horrible people, and I'm like, oh, they must have been together.
Yes. So like I understand for like a storytelling purpose why it's there. It's meant to set up. This is the team that we're rivals with and that we're going to face, later at the arena, the tournament. Mm-hmm. I don't think it needed to be done at Killica. That could have been done in Luca, right?
Sure,
like
where they get confronted.
So I'm not sure, because, the Luca goers are from Luca. That's like the city you're going to next.
Right, what are they doing here?
Why did they come to Killica Temple? Maybe somebody knows the answer to that. I'm not saying there isn't a reason. I just don't know what the reason is, if there is one, other than they just wanted at this point to introduce this rivalry and be like, And so that Titus can say, oh, putting people down, they're just as bad as my old man, right?
Right.
And Una responds to that, but Sir Jecht was a kind and gentle man. And he's like, well, not my Jecht. So kind of reinforcing
he
this
still
idea.
doesn't believe that they're the same person.
Yeah.
That her Jecht and his Jecht.
They can't be if they're that different.
Exactly.
Like, I'm telling you, like, my old man is not like that. So, I don't know. Anyways, it's kind of a funny scene, though.
It is.
Then he says, even 10 years after he left, just thinking about my old man got me angry. But maybe that was just my way of keeping him, nah.
Yeah.
So
that was good. He was this close to a moment of self-realization,
Yeah.
right? And then he puts it off. But you can tell, at least at this point, the fact that he even went there, the wheels are starting to turn in his mind. And he's starting to wonder if maybe he does have a closer connection to his father and does have some longing for his father that he is just unaware of.
Yeah. So whatever abuse he feels he suffered, right, there's still a part of him that wants reconciliation, the longing for that, right? It's still there somewhere, but he's kind of denying it.
Yeah, but I like it. It shows subtle great character growth.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah. So then you go into the temple, and this is where you're confronted by Donna, the other summoner.
Just seeing her was, my wife just like gasped. She was like, what? What is this game? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. What the heck? But she, and she is just horrible. She's horrible.
Yeah, it's kind of like both of these instances are just kind of the, what's the word I'm looking for? Like tropey bully characters, right?
Very much. Yeah, and back to back,
Yeah.
it does feel kind of weird.
So, Waka is confronted by the Luca Goer bullies.
Yeah.
And then Yuna's confronted by another summoner bully.
Yeah.
And
pretty stereotypical, pretty flat character, bully characters.
It's strange to me how she attempts to mock her. For me, it would just like bounce off. Like, how is that insulting?
I know, it's like not even that bad.
Because she's like, oh, like so many guardians. Like, why do you have so many? I only need one.
Yes.
Your father only needed two. Why do you bring so many with you?
Yeah.
Like, how could you not want as many competent guardians as possible?
Seriously.
Trying to defeat Sid.
I know, it's like, well, I can get by with one. It's like, what are you doing? Get more.
Why would you not want like 12, 20, whatever, that if they're all like competent, if they're all qualified, that would be better than one in any circumstance. So it's just weird. I don't know.
But, so it's a weird thing to get upset about, but we did just mention the whole connection with Brodowska and how Yuna wants to basically be as similar to her father as possible. Yeah. And Donna's kind of poking at her saying, hey, you're nothing like your father.
That's probably true.
And maybe that's what got to Yuna even more than just like the stupid insult. It's just like, hey, you're not like your dad.
Right.
And so she's like, whoa, hold up. Hold up.
Oh, she handles it really well.
Oh, she does, yeah.
So
she's like, these are my friends.
I bring only as many people as I can trust.
Yes.
And I would never question your ways, So can you just leave us in peace?
Yes.
She handles it with a lot of grace.
Yes.
Which speaks
There's
a lot
so
to her
much grace
character.
to where I thought that Donna might actually, do a little bit of an about face and stop being such an annoying character after that, which she does not.
Yeah. In fact,
but Donna kind of is okay. She's like, whatever, let's leave. She didn't make it into a bigger thing.
that line is one of the most awkwardly delivered lines I've ever heard, because it's like when they spliced the two lines together or something, they didn't put a space between it. So it's like she barely ends the first sentence and then the second one starts right on. I kind of wrote it in the way that it's like delivered.
You do what you want. Bartella, we're leaving.
You do what you want, Bartella, we're leaving. It's just like, it's like so
It's
fast.
all part of the same thought.
Yes,
almost.
it's just like blah.
Now, I don't think that it was that way in the Japanese, at least
Probably
in the deliverance, or the delivering of the line. But I almost wonder if the English, they just had to fit too many words into that short space.
To like scrunch it in.
Yeah. But this wasn't an FMV, so they should have.
Yeah, they're not like lip syncing.
I think that was just a mistake. Yeah.
It was, I don't know, just funny the way it was delivered. You do what you want, Bartella, we're leaving.
Bartella, we're leaving.
Anyway, So
Yeah, that was
they're
fun.
going into the cloister of trials.
So
Titus
real
has to be
quick,
left
I do
behind.
want to mention the mandala at the center of this
Oh,
temple
yeah.
because it's not like the Besaid one.
It's a different one.
It's quite different, and the one in Besaid it's actually kind of refreshing for me because I was like, man, maybe I'm reading too much into the Besaid mandala because it's like it's all there, and some of these other mandalas. Let's see if I can find the same types of symbolism there,
Yeah.
and they're so different. I can't at all do what I was able to pull from the Besaid mandala. I can't pull almost any of that. There's still some of it with the square circle imagery, but
Yeah.
it's clearly saying something very different in this temple, which is more about. In fact, most of the patterns are pretty nonsensical. It's not perfectly symmetrical because there's that letter in the center, and then there's tons of basically just the waters and fires of chaos going all around up to the middle circle. You know, there's not as much meaning there. I mean, it's still meaningful, but it's not saying as many things, right? And so then I jump back to the Besaid one, and I'm like, it's definitely intentional the way the Besaid one is set up. So, but this one's
Really
super
different.
cool. But which summon was this temple? I actually
Ifrit.
kind of forget. Ifrit, okay.
Well, if there's a lot of fire in it, that would make sense.
Well,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems like all the flames and then the center icon and all that. So
If it's chaotic and if it's got
Yeah.
fire imagery, it's probably somehow representative of Ifrit in some way.
yeah.
I would assume, and again, I didn't check this, that would probably be the same summoning circle
when
that
he's
appears when
called.
Ifrit is
Yeah,
summoned.
The mandalas at the temple are always bigger and more complex than the ones when they're summoned, but it's similar, and I think it still has that same letter. It's not English or Japanese,
yeah.
but there's still that symbol at the very middle that I think is the same.
Gotcha. So they head into the cloister trials. Titus cannot go because he's not a guardian yet. So they're like, you got to stay out. But then Donna comes back. And
Oh yeah, we didn't mention her guardian is just this really buff, just this huge like giant,
yeah,
basically,
big burly
and
dude.
he doesn't
speak.
talk or think much. He just kind of does things,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, he steps in and he just throws us back onto the platform.
Yeah, and I think the reason she's doing this is because they mentioned earlier Yuna could be punished for someone not a guardian
Yes.
in her retinue going in with her. So this is clearly Donna trying to
Yeah.
like get her excommunicated or get her in trouble
Yes.
by forcing Titus to go in.
So Donna may feel somewhat threatened by Yuna's
I guess so.
abilities. Especially Yuna's Braska's
Yeah.
daughter. It's like, okay, we got to take care of this girl so that I can get all the praise, for
Mm-hmm.
doing the thing. But also, it's interesting to me that Titus goes through with it.
Yeah,
Like, is there not a way to get back up?
I would. I
Is there
don't
not
know.
a way to stay there? Do
Because
you
it's
have
just
to
an
go?
elevator, unless
Yeah.
they just unless there's a contraption up there where they can keep the elevator down and not let it back up or something. I don't know. Because that was my first thought. Just go back up.
I know. Why do we have to go all the way to the Holy
You
of
don't.
Holies?
You don't
Just
have
stay
to
back
open
there.
the door and go through. Just
Exactly.
stay on the
exactly.
elevator or something. I don't know. But I mean, it's Titus. He's like, I'm just gonna do this. I guess.
I know, because he doesn't care, because he has no respect or even understanding for their religious customs.
Right.
So he's like, it's not a big deal.
It's something to do. It's a puzzle. I figured out.
Exactly. That's great.
So, anyways, once you complete that cloister and go and kind of into the inner sanctum there, this is where we get some exposition about the faith. Waka brings it up because Titus asks, what's inside of the Holy of Holies room that Yuna goes
Yes,
into?
yeah.
What's in there?
Now, this is what I did not understand when I first played the game.
Yeah.
And I get that it's explained here, like, okay.
Yeah.
But when I first played the game, and with the word faith being not a collection of objects or of people, it didn't quite make sense to me. And because I kind of missed understanding exactly what the faith was at the beginning of the game when I first played it, it actually made it very difficult for me to understand exactly what was going on later on in the game.
Yes.
As the faith take a different kind of role. But it's really important to understand what the faith is. It's not faith. It's not faith at all.
not-
Kind of like sin isn't really
It's
sin.
not Faith.
Exactly.
It's Fayth.
Yes. But hearing the Japanese for that word, it's just a completely different word entirely.
Oh, really?
And they say it's inorigo, which means like prayer or praying. Inori is like a prayer. Well, inorigo sama is what they say. And so like san, if you hear people saying san, well, sama is like the really respectful version of san.
Yeah.
So they're clearly referencing people. When they
Yes.
say inorigo sama, that just means the people who pray.
Huh.
That's what it means. But then in
Interesting.
English, there's this word, the faith, and it's
Different.
you have to really understand the definition of that to really get what they're talking about. Whereas in the Japanese, it's pretty straightforward. Inorigo sama, like the people who pray. And inorigo, because ko is like the children kanji, so it could be the sons of those who pray. But anyways,
Yeah.
it's that same kind of thing. It's just the people who pray. And it's so straightforward. And it's kind of cool that they call it the faith, but I feel like if they were going to make a change like that there should have been a few more points where they explain what it is than just kind of this part.
Yeah.
And maybe the few lines they give to it isn't quite enough. Now, I got it this time, having played the game already, but anyways,
Yeah.
it's difficult. It was difficult for me.
I'm like we said last time, we're saving spoiler conversation
Exactly.
stuff to the end of the podcast. So I'm trying to like sort of dance around that a little bit in response to that without giving
But
away
Lulu
too
does
much.
say a thing or two about...
Yeah, so I took down her line.
Okay, good.
She says, the faith are people who gave their lives to battle sin. Yevon took their souls willingly given from their still living bodies. Now they live forever trapped in statues. But when a summoner beckons, the souls of the faith emerge once again. That's what we call an aeon. So the faith, just know that like there's going to be more explained about this as
Later
you go
on,
throughout the game. But this point you're speaking on was one I was confused about my first playthrough as well.
Yeah.
Just there's a certain nature to it all that just kind of like went over my head a little bit.
Well,
But
like when it says those who give their lives in battle, right? I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's an act of faith,
yes,
right?
right.
So it just kind of went over my head, as opposed to them saying, no, it's the people. It's not what they did. It's them.
Yes.
Right. Anyways.
So the faith are basically people who willingly gave their lives to kind of be put into these statues in these holy of holies inside the temples,
Yeah.
where they live forever, and they're a part of the summoning process. So when a summoner brings an aeon, like the faith are involved in that.
Yeah. Yep.
So that whole process involves these faith, which are people that are sort of like their souls are merged with these statues. That's what
Yep.
explanation we get for now.
We'll understand more
We'll
later.
carry on more with that later, right? Anyway, I liked this line from Titus. He says, there was something I didn't tell anyone else that day. That song we heard there in the temple, the hymn of the faith, right?
Yeah.
Those singing voices, that kind of chorus. I knew it from my childhood. It was proof that Spirit and Xanarkand were connected somehow. At least to me it was. Maybe that's why suddenly I felt like I just wanted to go home. I tried to say something to them, but the words wouldn't come. So that melody, that hymn of the faith he's hearing in the temples, he's like, that is a song I remember from Xanarkand.
He remembers that song. Yeah.
Holy
so
crap.
It's just another little connection, right? So the music is clearly diegetic, right? It's part of the world. It's not just the soundtrack.
Yes.
So who is singing?
Maybe it's the faith themselves.
That's what I think.
I think the faith is singing.
That's what I think. Now, one of the comments from our last podcast, 2 podcasts ago, I suppose, episode 3, mentioned that it's actually a slightly different recording. Each time you hear
Yeah, it's a little different.
the hymn of the faith, or what do they call it, this song, it's a slightly different sound to it, as if there are different people singing it at different points.
Right.
So this kind of is a little bit of a callback to like a Hindu type religion, with the Om, kind of the idea of maybe a chant or some type of song that is sung within a temple that resonates throughout the whole temple, that one person will be doing breathing exercises and kind of, singing this song. But the idea of the Om, as was explained to me by a Hindu person many years ago, he said that during the time while you're making the sounds, while you're singing